AK on the beat.
Well, what a good way to say welcome again to another edition of the program, The Bottom Line. And we're here this evening to bring you information as they unfold. Tonight is a house full of minds and brains and stuff like that. So we're going to be discussing the issues. We're going to be giving our views as we see it. And you can also join us in the discussion. We want to say welcome to you, gentlemen. How you guys doing? Oh, Chima, you are muted.
So I'll love Mark to go because you got to live in Scandinavia. I guess you got a privilege today. Mark,
okay. You want to look at last thing again.
Don't mind the British man. Yeah, I'm doing good. Had a wonderful, working week. A little bit of, sun here and there. Not raining like some last week. Yeah, so far. How you guys doing?
Yeah,
I'm good. We had rain. I think. Last week was that we had a flood 2 weeks ago, but it's subsiding. We still have rain though. They say the players snip you before when you pass a piece of road, it can be scary. So it started raining since yesterday until the morning. So everybody was kind of getting ready again. All the crushed rat doomsday packed everywhere, so people thinking if there's any eventuality, they will just spread across right and start to black the water. But everything is okay, and we hope that we're moving gradually into the fall.
Oh yeah, for our end, it's a sad day for Liberian community in Europe. One of our sisters lost her son, a 26-year-old boy, and we buried him today here in Manchester. And she might relocated here from the Netherlands several years back, and the Liberians came from everywhere, in like UK, Holland, Spain, France, and everywhere to help to bury the little boy. And there'll be massive contribution, massive support for the family. They call Sister Jemai. So today was a sad day for Liberian. I just came from the funeral, and others are the family home right now. So it's a sad day for Liberian. Our hearts go to the family, and we keep the family in our prayers, and wherever you are, we want you to pray for the family as well. They're really, really they are really, really depressed today, and I know they are devastated. Losing a 26-year-old son is not an easy thing. So you said the heart goes out to every one of them. Those who show up today, Liberian really came out today. Other friends of Liberians are all out today to support the family. So we're happy in Sale. It's a town outside Manchester called Sale. And we went there today. We show up there to have the burial, and then went for the repast. I just came from a couple of hours ago, so I need to rest and come back for the show. So wherever you are, we say wherever you are right now, if you're there, please keep the family in your thoughts and prayers.
Okay, so on behalf of the Bottom Line family and all Liberians in the diaspora, especially in Europe, we want to say our condolences to the bereaved family. Away from home, we are all one. Whatever happens to one happens to every one of us, because it's good to adapt this system, all for one and go for all. We should be there for each other in time of happiness. That's why when people have birthday parties or wedding parties, we go there. So the same way, when things happen, something like this, unfortunate situations occur, we should also be there. Just to our mere presence is enough, to send a message to the family. So we want to say, this thing.
Yeah, Leaf, I just want to don't forget it. Apart from people who show up, there was a massive support, like financial support. I mean, it's not about finance. People, whatever they could chip into, just shows their kind of, condolence to the family. It was a massive. There was an app set up there, an account set up there. People did what they could do to support the family. Most of them didn't know even this lady, and anything they could give in. I mean, just keep pouring in here and there, and they left their jobs, whatever they're doing, to show up today in Seal. It was really a very good, impressive turnout. A very impressive turnout. Friends that you didn't know, they were showing up from far and near. So it was a kind of a big unity I see here today. And now, just our heart is we are all kind of bereaved today. We also celebrate the life of the young man. He was a very young and enterprising young man, and now we wish him well, and we wish him whatever he is today. I know he's smiling. The people are united on us, and also show support to his family. And so we say thanks to those who show up today, and those who could not show up and they also were there. We say a big thank you to them all.
And just to close it up, that's why the unity that people talk about in the Liberian community is very important, because when these things happen, let me tell you, nobody can get used to death. We all here have gone through it before. So when it happens to your closest friend or even somebody you don't know, always put yourself in the shoes when it happened to you before. So we're very sorry, and unity is important. We can do all things, our political differences, our team, but we're all one. One down, all down. One up, all up. So guys, tonight we do not have a fixed topic that we'll be discussing, because we don't want to limit ourselves to one particular thing. This is a political season. There are things happening even as we speak now. There are things happening politically in Liberia, and even in the diaspora. There are people rallying to support their teams and their campaign or whatever. So we'll be discussing issues at random. If there's any burning political issues on your mind, we can bring it out, we discuss it, we'll give our views, because we're not authorities on those issues though, but we can say how we feel about it and what we think. If we have any recommendations, we can also make them. But by way of announcement, we're not going to be here too long today, because Mr. Cummings will be appearing on the closing argument, and the bottom line is going to carry that live. We're going to relay it, so we're going to be very short to work within the time frame, so that when they come on immediately, we can switch over to them. We will not be here, but bottom line will be here to carry it live. So guys, individually, what's on your mind? What do you think is happening? What are you used to hearing? What do you think should happen, or what is happening?
Yeah, well, quickly. Sorry?
Mike, is that
What? Yeah, I mean, a lot of things been unfolding. I mean, for the past 2 months, where most especially from the opposition side, like Benina Ure, the Henry Costa, the Joseph Boyka. So these are all disturbing, signal that come from that side of the opposition. And, Liberian people, most Liberian, let me not say the entire, if they believe in transparency and respecting the rules of law, they will start to have a second thought as to, since the Costa revelation and the Ure interview on what you call the closing argument, then Liberians supposed to start making up their, sound judgment, for example, in a sense that, so these guys, I mean, nefariously gathered together to lie against Mr. Cummings, to tarnish Cummings's character. So these are things now that are unfolding to the Liberian people. So Liberian people are supposed to know that who is who and who can better lead the country when it comes to sound decision making. And since even the case against Mr. Cummings, you have never heard Mr. Cummings one day to go on any radio station to trash talk his, I mean, people that even plan evil towards him, people that lied, wanted to damage what he had worked for, his reputation. He never wanted to talk to the air to call somebody name, to call people or use phrases on people. So that shows you the kind of leadership, I mean, the quality that he has. So, yeah.
Yes, I do agree with you, Mike. You see, the thing is, we've been speaking of these for the past 5 years and some months now, where we got the quality of leader, Mr. Cummings. You know, argument, counter argument. You go out there, you insult him. Like we've heard a lot of people have insulted him on the social media. He never reacted to them, and you ask them like, "What do you think?" He said, "Well, they have the right to say it, but except you come with like." One thing I thought he'd have taken a case against the guy who accused him of being gay. I thought he'd have taken that seriously. He said, no, once you know he's not a gay, why should that bother him? You know, that's why he said he doesn't have to waste his time behind that. He said the truth will be known. And we all know that this guy came and reported, in fact, refuted himself, that he made up this story. That's one of those things Mr. Kuma is good at. I mean, he's looking at a better thing. He's a visionary, looking at Liberia tomorrow, where you see or JMB saying something that gives Mr. Ure coming back to something. You know, I'm seeing all the 5 years and a half months campaign or political landscape is been. You never heard him saying anything about anybody. Even he will tell his supporters, do not insult any political candidate. If you got some fat in your fingers or your hands, say it. But we don't expect you to insult anybody. And this kind of people we are looking for. We've been saying over and over and over. And like you said, it's coming to fruition. We got to see that this guy is a good guy. You know what he's up to. You know what he has on his sleeve for Liberia. Well, I mean, on his sleeve, something good for Liberia. And this is what we're going to see. Where people like, what is his name? This guy name from, I still forgetting because sometimes he's not popular anymore to me. Darren Dillon, who will say something against Mr. Cummings, and other politicians say something about him. He just doesn't care about that. What he knows that he has an agenda for Liberia. And that's the agenda he's trying to put forward. And this is what we are seeing. And then people keep asking him, you'll probably follow some interview. This man has been consistently repeating himself over and over for the past 5 years and some months. I mean, what he going to do for Liberia? If you don't, he had an interview lately on one of the show. What was it? I think the True FM. Was that True FM? With regard to why is that people keep saying that he's saying the same thing over and over and over. That means he meant what he's saying. So if God just follow the track, trace those guys who've been saying no politicians. They jump in from here and there. So basically, Mr. Kuma is what we have, and that's what we should carry. I think Liberia has a gift that we don't know. I know we need to really take this gift and show to Liberia that we can change Liberia, and then he can deliver. And we will see a lot to come. I know we got other things to discuss with regard to the revelation between JMB and Mr. Ure. So those are things that Liberia are waking up to. I mean, they should know this better. But however, it is what it is.
You know, just to add on a few seconds, for people that investigate, cases, right?
Right.
The story of a liar always changes every time they interview him. You understand? Or a criminal. But someone who, how they call it, is never wrong in any kind of a case or investigation. That person's story is consistent. You interview that person 100 times, that person's story is still consistent. That person doesn't have their hand in the cookie jar. But the man who hand in the cookie jar, you interview 5 different occasions. After 5 different days, his story going to change. And that's how the people, they catch criminals. So Mr. Cummings, his story has been consistent as to what he wants to do, and that's where his focus is. You understand? Not like other people, they go to the radio station, they go to say something different, they go to other radio station, they say something different, and it's hard for you to corroborate their stories.
Yeah. If you just do follow, I know Linford coming, you just follow his, when you were 2017, when 2017 was running, plays his video from that, whatever the speeches he made from that time up to now, it's almost the same he's been saying. They're almost the same. And it's all these agendas he lay out and the programs he has. So he has something in mind that he want to do for Liberia and something good. Like you said, he doesn't change the story. He's been very consistent, and I like that about him. I think we can hold him for that. I think it's a guy we have to believe in. Liberians who are listening now should know that we still have a gift. I want to repeat this. We have a gift. We shouldn't let the gift go. It's a treasure to Liberia. We should have him. He can change that country for us.
You know, whenever we say it, they will say because we sympathize with Mr. Cummings or the CPP or the ANC. But I've said it consistently. Just 2 days ago, I had a live broadcast or live for my life on my page, and I said this: that Liberians, we made a mistake. When I mean we, it's all because when the majority makes a decision, the minority will be consumed in that decision, and they will all bear the consequences. And that's what we're doing. We are experiencing with George. We had the opportunity in 2017 to select a good leader. We made a mistake. Like I said in that podcast, Liberia is a small country with just a population of 5 million people, like they say. And among the 5 million people, at least we got PhD holders, you got several master's degrees holders, you got educated people, both traditionally and Western education. Now, then lay aside the education, we got intelligent people, very highly intelligent people. But in 2017, we had the opportunity to make decisions, to select some of the best among us to lead us. But we blew that opportunity away by electing, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, it's not the bottom line's opinion, by electing one of the least intelligent people among us in the person of President Weah. Okay, and the evidence is there. The evidence is that his intelligence to make sound decisions over the past 5-6 years is very absent. Now, and God said, well, I will still try these people. Mr. Kumi would have left. Sorry, after the election, Mr. Kumi would have left and said, well, I ran, I didn't win, I spent a lot of money, and the people rejected me, so I go. But he still continued with the same message, and in fact, even improving on the message that he had for the Liberian people. And then God said, let me get a Liberian people a second chance. You know, once Chancellor said, first fool is not a fool, but second fool is a real fool. Because why? I can carry food to my man, cry me $100, I'll pay tomorrow. He give me, I go and blow away, I run away. He look for me, see me. Then after 5 years, I come and say, my man, I think I forget him. Give me another $100 more. See, Chima give me, knowing the record between here and now, then, you know, he's the sorry to say, but he's a fool. So God said, I'll get it like people a second chance. And now the opportunity is ours to make use of this opportunity. Let's elect Mr. Cummings. Say no. What more there to doubt? Bwaka was there for the 2 years. He cannot show anything substantive that have impacted the lives of the people. George Weah will say, okay, let's try the man. Let me play football. The man got a country at heart. We're trying. They went by, he not passed his story. He's still right here with us. We can feel and see what he's done to us, to the economy, to the country as a whole. People dying. So what more we want to try him for? I mean, Mark, look at it. I mean, what thing there, I can say, well, Mark promised me, say Mark had not delivered. Let me try my baby, Mark will do better. But I get my opportunity and might do nothing. Then he's still promising me. So what more can I? There's nothing more to doubt about you.
Exactly. You know, that's like the saying goes, you know the true color of a man by 2 means. True power and wealth. You understand?
Right.
When a man is not rich, you won't know his actual true color. And when he doesn't have power, you won't know the actual true color until he get the two things. You understand? So Weah was exposed from the day he became president. So his real true color showed to the Liberian people. All along, the Liberian people didn't really actually know who Weah was, except for people during those days that were around him, even in the football arena. If you listen to people that even he was a nice guy. I mean, when you're playing football, he was a good guy, but he couldn't satisfy everybody. And there are a lot of people that, I mean, he kind of that he had problem with, or that had problem with him also. So that exposed him when he took on the national scene to become the father of the country, which he never. I mean, he wasn't good. He's not good at. So the thing with the Liberian people now, like you rightfully said, that why give such a person another 6 more years? Because 6 years, 12 years in total, I mean, that's almost half of a child life to be out of high school. So you're going to put your children or your child life on hold for another 6 more years. What the evidence that this man you gave in the first 6 years that he didn't do, that you see he's going to do something better in the next 6 years to come, which will be his last term in office.
Jima?
Yeah. Yes, Mark, I'm just going to repeat what Mr. Comey said. Almost you said the same thing. He said, Weah has no record to judge him by. So people really had a love for him. So he didn't have a track record, you say, whether he's good or not. And no, somebody said to me, a friend of mine coming from the barrier today, he said, look, I'll be honest with you, which I really agree with him. He said, Liberia have 2 good presidents that they love, Charles Taylor and George Weah. They could do something for them personally. And I try to analyze it. What do you mean by that? He said, people could put their lives on the line for Taylor to die for him. I said, okay. Then you tell me about George Weah. He said people could walk from St. Paul Bridge to CDC headquarters, no food, with their own t-shirt, walking the street for him before he became president, when he was in opposition. And I said, why? That's true. He said, look, the other politicians, after some time, they begin to get liked, or the president being liked by the people. But the first time when they're running for office, they don't have the opportunity. This is natural love people have for these 2 people. Like somebody also said to me, is look, if you have met Taylor 1-to-1, if you have something against him, if I met him 1-to-1, whatever you have against him will go away. He had a charisma, that kind of person he was. And well, I mean, I'm not looking at the other side. We heard the other side of him. We saw the war was something we all know about that. But I'm looking at the person, some positive side of him. And somebody also said to us that if Taylor walks into Liberia today, he could challenge that election. It will be a neck to neck. It will be a close to call election. What do you say? After some years in prison. Man, we're coming back to this, our brother called George Weah. I mean, I don't know how we vote him. People who were intelligent or who saw staying far away, they saw that when he was senator, as Mosera senator, 3 and some more, 3 years and some more months. I don't know how many, I can't remember the exact years now. He served. He didn't have a record of doing anything, serving in the Senate. He didn't do anything. But we just played blind to that. We didn't know what we knew it, but we felt that we're giving a bigger floor, then the bigger platform so he can perform. And then look at what he has done for the past five years. I don't know, almost 6 years. So George, my brother Kai, just to support what you're saying, we did not have any record to prove him, to judge him, to say to the track record. This is what he has done in terms of development, helping his country. We thought that he was from one of us. He was a reflection of you and myself. Guy from the background, from the ghetto. Guy who grew up in people playing football. Tabella, how do you call it? How do you call the stuff you guys play on the street in Monrovia? I didn't play that. Sorry about that. The Fritan ball, the Tabella, did something on the street. One of those guys. You saw him. I mean, 2 of you. I mean, one of us sitting here. Mark, you were close to him. Any one of us on this platform. You knew him. You saw him as one of you. That this is a guy who could do something for us. This is why he won the hearts and the minds of Liberia. And we are absolutely disappointed. He brought in, he says here, song. I like this song. I think we'll play it before we finish this show. What he said, go on.
For me, Brother Joma, I never had any kind of a hope in Weah when it comes to politics. Yeah, I never had any belief in Weah to be some leader that would take Liberia somewhere, because from his personal life, you understand, where he ascended to as the first African to win that title, and then 2, the money he made. People can say Weah made $80 million from football, right? But may his soul rest in peace, the late Papa Diouf, you understand, who became president of Olympe Marcel. And through Papa Diouf, I met a lot of, big names in the football business, you understand. Weah make almost $120 or to $130 million from football, but he never invested that money into real estate or into, buying stock we were just using the money, and where we have most of the money went when he became the head of CDC. You understand? And I mean, you get somebody $1 million once that money is not turning around to bring in something, and that person just eating that money and paying rent, helping family. I mean, within the next 2 years' time, that $1 million going to finish. So that's what happened, and I was very disappointed that Liberian people couldn't ask the question, okay, the $80 million this guy made from football, what did he invest this $80 million in? Did he invest into football, into academy, into, becoming a manager? What did he invest the money in? Nothing you can show for that matter. So for me, I never had any kind of, how they call it, to do that. I would have been a good leader, honestly speaking. Yeah.
Well, for me, on the flip side of what Max is talking, I knew from the one that we have not be a good president, but the Liberian people, our voters, the same people who are struggling with here, their perception is quite different of who they want to lead them. Now, you think the Liberian people were actually asking whether we can deliver the goods and services, can address the bread and butter issue? No. They were looking at we are on the football field. That that used to come with the car license plate, George one, and then you see the whole crowd pulling behind. That was the they were looking for. Liberian people forgot that they had just come from war. People lost their jobs. Everything got damaged. Houses got burned. People got to come back to life. They were not thinking about that. They were saying, we want the most popular guy. This guy was in Europe. I mean, he played football. The whole world know him. He won the biggest title that know him on earth had won before. The 3 titles at once. So they decided to vote a popular man instead of voting a leader. And this is the same thing that we are doing. We are following the same pattern. If you look at it here, what are we voting for now? If you look in this election, compare George Weah, compare Bouaka, compare Mr. Cummings, and the people talking about voting Mr. Bouaka. So if you look at that pattern from 2017, where the people voted for a popular man, compare that pattern right now. It's the same pattern we are going. You know what they're voting for now? When they talk about Bouaka, they're voting for the men who have been in government for 42 years. They are forgetting to ask the question, how has this man working in government for 42 years impacted my personal life or the country's development? They're not thinking about that, no. They are thinking about the glory that this man had, that he worked for 45 years, 42 years, or whatever. Now, then the question, men are coming, oh, the man just come in. The man a new man, So, sorry, guys, for the background noise, or you should be okay. They are saying, we do know comments. And if you don't know this man, so I was doing a podcast where I asked the Liberian people a question. Now, if you were sick, if anyone else was sick, and you need a doctor, somebody to. Yeah, go now. You need somebody to save you. If you are sick and you need somebody to save you, and in this town, everybody in the town cannot save you. But all of a sudden, a foreigner, a stranger from nowhere came, and he got a medicine to save you. Mark, will you say, I know that man? I'm the one that people who know me to treat me. This is how the Liberian people think. So you've been suffering. All the governments that come, they treat you the same way. You never get anything in return. But you got somebody who is plainly laying his, plans for you and say, this is what I will do with your involvement. He said, no, we don't know you. We don't want the people who have been suffering us all along. So tell me, pretty close, tell me, how is like I said, the man who is sick, a stranger came to save him. He said, no, I don't want that stranger to save me. I don't know him. I only want the people who I know to save me. The people who cannot save you.
Yeah, well, for me, I think this time, guys, we will see if this election will prove us wrong or you guys wrong, because I think they were given a platform, a bigger platform to prove that, Liberian wanted to give him a chance to prove himself. And we can see that for the past 6 years, almost 6 years, what he has done for that country, what he has done good now. This will be a kind of a testing ground for him. We have a track record for the nearly 6 years now, what he served the country, what he delivered to the country. If we let it to that power, then it is that qualifies what you are saying, right? You're leaning for. But I think we are giving the chance. Like I just said that George Weah was a reflection of the younger Liberian guys compared to past leaders. George Weah was a guy who grew up in that place. I mean, compare you similar to Samuel Doe. but Samuel Doe grew up from the same background, but came from the military level. He also had a heart for the country. At some point, things change. But if you look at those are two people that I know are very close to the grassroots, right? George Weah was given opportunity to change the situation, dynamics in the country. You saw that. We all have seen that. But the first 6 years. But what did he do? He failed them. So this is a test of time for us to see whether we will still give it to him to run our country. And you're also looking at this for the 2 years so our JMB served our country for 2 years. I know you're going to go back to the issue of what you were saying about him lately, about his attitude, what has happened, So I believe George was given a bigger platform to change that country. He failed them. He has failed us. He failed the Liberian. He failed the world as whole. Even he failed his football friends. Because I think Mark, if I can quote Mark, he said our colleague Mark on the platform. He said, "Can you tell me George Weah has become any captain during a professional period?" You said that, right, Mark? You said that. I think you asked the question.
Yeah.
Was he any captain on his team?
All the teams he played for in Europe, never one day captain wore the captain armband, never one day. Because why? The people never saw that leadership ability in him to be a captain or assistant captain for any of the teams he played for. From his days for Tournai to, how they call it, to Monaco, from Monaco to Paris to AC Milan to Chelsea to City. I think he came to Marseille before going to Emirates.
I know. Okay, that says like
even when he went to the Emirates, they never gave him the captain armband when he went to the Emirates.
That says a lot because, and this is why you said a couple of months back, almost a year ago, you said that on this particular platform, like if you want to judge George Weah, look at his past record on the field of play, the place he played professional. He was known for his name. He became popular. He's now a leader there. He don't get any chance to become a leader in the dressing room. It carries a heavy weight.
Before they gave it that captain band, even on a local level, that's somebody who able to motivate the group, to put the group together. You on the field because the coach is on the touchline. You are the one everybody listen to. You're the one that inspire everybody. So they never saw that leadership, except for Liberia, because while they were professional players, so when you come to Liberia, in Liberia, we have Simon Mator as the captain for the national team. When Mark Gerson left, they get a captain armband to Simon Mator, but because Weah was in Europe, so when he come down, he wear the captain armband, and they took it from Mator. But Simon Mator had that leadership ability, even though he was one of the shortest on the national team. He, was one of the best players on the national team. But the leadership with Simon Mator in putting his fellow players together to inspire them, he had that quality. But we had never had that. But because he came from Europe, so always they were giving the captain armband. And then then when Salensa came, then they gave one of them the captain armband. Even in Salensa, one day he too never took the captain armband for any of the team he played for.
Okay, folks, if you're joining us, this is the bottom line. We're here to make discussing issues.
And just to add on what Jomas and Linford, you guys said, this is the opportunity that Liberians should develop new strategy, because the first person we gave 2 terms to was Ellen, right? And this is the time now we develop a new strategy as Liberians to say, okay, the first 6 years, if this person doesn't do better, there's no need for us to even try that person to say, oh yeah, we're going to give you another 6 more years. The first 6 years is enough. The first 6 years will tell us if we're going to give you another more second. And Liberian, we got the solution in our hand, but we're not using the solution.
Okay, Linkford, let me ask us here on the platform. I agree that with the proposal you're making right now, what should be the yardstick to judge those people that come as a president? Let's say the first 6 years. What you have not done? What should be the yardstick to make to let's call it the yardstick to they asked you to prove to show that you did not do anything during the term, your first 6 years. What kind of method should we use to qualify the president, or before if you did not complete that particular terms, or you did not complete that checklist that you have to complete it? What are you looking at? Name a few things we'll be looking for.
Yeah, but Mark, you see, I will take on your question, but I also want you to simplify, because all of the people that are running in the elections, not all of them have served before. So
look at your past.
Okay.
You look at your past. You don't have to be president. You have to look at your past because you can come and give those rhetorics, like all those narratives or something you want to pick on.
Yeah, but you
Look
see,
at your
you
past
see, again,
record.
if you go to the past, then I will still have problem answering the question because all these people coming from different professional backgrounds and in their profession, they've all done well. Like George Weah, I mean, let's give it to him. No, the title that the guy won for all three at once. No, for even the great Pele, winning motor, nobody won that.
Let me hold you back. Mark just said something. He never wanted captain armband. So that's another thing. Leadership thing was missing. The trait of leadership was missing in him. So can we pick on that?
Yeah,
because
but
he was never a leader.
No, for me, I'm playing the devil's advocate there. Joshua, if I were Joshua, I would argue that we got 11 players on the field with almost 6 or 7 benchers. So why only means you wear the armband and we are 11?
I will agree with Linford Jamal. If we come to the skillful aspect of Weah, I mean, arguably there's nobody I will put above Weah doing his generation. Yeah, during his time of playing, there's nobody I'll put above George Weah.
Even after him.
Yeah, but no, guys.
After George Weah, there are other people that play and won, I mean, titles with their team, but at that time,
my point here is
no. What I'm trying to say, guys.
Somebody can win the world best this particular year. Then another person win Africa's best this same year. Somebody win Europe's best this same year. But Joshua put all three together and won it the same year. So nobody else won it.
No, that's technical skills.
If we go to this football something, yes, since we are won it something there, FIFA has been unfair and they vote. And I'm one of the person who criticized the vote. For example, the national team captains, the national team coaches, and one journalist from every country. You understand? So how transparent is this particular vote? But I read this also let everybody, gather in Zurich and they carry the vote here, live vote, because you got 196 countries or 198 countries. I'm coming in for. So you want to tell me, say Yaya Toure, with all the football Yaya Toure play, Yaya Toure couldn't have won world best. You want to tell me, say all the football that Samuel Eto'o play, Samuel Eto'o couldn't have won world best when he won 3 different trophies with Inter Milan at that same year. But just a FIFA send, they give it to one African to decide not to, give this title to any other African again.
And to qualify your point, Mike, Drogba at the same time. He wants also Africa best. So you could want those guys you have.
Mohamed Salah. You want to tell me say he not qualify? Yes, Sadio Mane.
Yeah. Well, let me try to address your question.
What do you think it was like the George Weah win? Sorry, but Linford, George Weah winning that war best. So it was some kind of manipulation or what?
No, it wasn't a manipulation for me. George Weah won it because they were looking at certain criteria. For example, the highest goal scorer in the Champions League. So that's one of the criteria they look at, which Arsene Wenger even spoke against it, because if we continue to look at the higher goal scorer, some people they are good at scoring, but they don't have that, kind of a ball tactic skill. For example, then it changed when it came to like the Italian defender who won it, Cannavaro. When Cannavaro won it after, I think, 2006 World Cup, where he won it with Italy. At that time, he was playing for Real Madrid. And then 2 of recent, Luka Modric. Luka Modric won it being a midfielder who don't score a lot of goals. So I think FIFA tried to change the criteria a little bit, but they were only looking at goal scoring when we are won it at that time and went to, most of the top goal scorers. Most of the time were dominated by the top goal scorer. Jean-Pierre Papin, Marco van Basten, Marco Owen, you name it. They were only looking at goal scorers.
You're right.
Yeah. So back to the politics. Now, your question, if I should
what I'm trying to say here is like, look, Mark came up with a point. I'm trying to qualify the point, the argument he brought, which I look into. I like it very much. I don't see how can we put in a context where we can use as a yardstick against people that those candidates, those presidential candidates, like. Before you vie for, you put a name on that ballot ticket or ballot box or whatever it is to run for a presidency, you name be on a. You should have some way of. You should have some way to vet you. You should be vetted well, in the sense that Liberian people can see what you carry. You don't have to carry all the 99% characteristics or trait as a leader, but something that we can take on, that you can work on later on. Okay. I'm not saying okay. Well, if you have to set a condition here,
I think let me attempt to answer that question. If I was given a task and all Liberians were given a task and they were thinking like me, I think the first thing we'll do is we'll look at your past performance, whether in your profession or whether you work in government. We'll look at your past performance.
But no, I want you to look at something. You need to check something. Leadership, one thing. Technical skill, two. Other things. I want you to look at those things.
The question for
them.
me?
No, I want you to mark that. No, sorry. I want you to mark that. We say leadership. Tell me what do you expect from that leadership?
Hold on. I said we should look at your past performance, right? So we gotta look at the technical things that you've done. What you've done. What will make me? It's like if you go look for a woman, I will tell them once I want you. The more so now in Africa, the woman will tell you say yeah, no. The more say I agree. I say thinking. You know what they're thinking about? They're looking behind you. They're doing a background investigation. You see it? But they will not tell you. So they guess that. Oh, I hear, but I agree. And we used to press. Hey, you gotta agree one time. But I get, and that's why we are good judges sometimes. So the point here is, we will look at your past performance, what you've been doing before, what you've been involved with, and how well did you do what you've been doing before. Then you gotta come to us and tell us what you will do. Not look at your past, but you will tell us what you will do, like what Mr. Kwame is doing now. He's telling the people, this is what I will do, and this is how I will do it. Instead of you just coming and say, you the fine guy, I want you. You tell me what you do for me, where we live afterwards. Okay. Then if once of all, if you are incumbent, if you are an incumbent like George Weah is now, and you didn't perform well in your last term or in your first term, forget it. That one a clear-cut case. Because what more you want to promise? But I think where the difficulty will lie is the newbies, all the newbies, the new people who come in, who have now, work, they have not impacted the people's life, so to speak. They have not governed us to see whether they will do better or they can do better or they can do better. So it'll be hard to judge them. You see, that's why it's very easy to judge the person who have been there, than the person who's just coming. So I think it will be wise for us to judge them based on what they've done before and based on what they are telling us now, because then we'll be able to hold them accountable. Now you remember when Joshua came from America, when the journalist asked him, if I know he was in America, when they asked him, then his student said, well, I didn't promise the Liberian people anything, and they voted for me. Wait, I've done small thing now. Do he let me again? You see it? So this is where I'm coming from. You got to tell us what you will do so that we'll know and hold you responsible. So we can't hold Joshua responsible because he didn't tell what he will do. We voted for him because he was popular. And we're making the again.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on. Sorry. Mark.
Yeah, I'm done.
Mark, I like the context you brought in. I want you to qualify in a way that we can kind of give a position tomorrow where we stop those wannabes who want to be president. If you look at it now, we've got about 20 presidential candidates. They just fill in they just fill the feet, testing the water. Which some they don't need to be at all.
In a small country.
In a small country. If we can streamline the way where the people will be having a choice like 2-3%. I mean, someone will say it's strongly on the political right or democratic right. But if you can put in the sense in where they can have a chance of entering into that race, you know what I mean? Give them good reasons like Liberians have to, because what we've been saying over and over is like our people are not saying the real thing. They vote people because out of sentiment, tribal line, or religious line, and it's not helping us at all. So can we come up with a yardstick that our candidate can use, or we can use in the country to measure up our candidates?
Before going to that yardstick, I think one of the things that can help we as Liberians to have strong political institutions in our country, for example, to limit them to 5, is to call for a referendum that any political party running for the presidency must have no less than 350,000 registered members. And that registered members, it should come with some sort of an identification card system, for example. And if those political party reaches that whole mark of the 300,000 registered members, then those political parties also should have subsidy from the government to run their political institution. And that money should be how much the government going to give them a yearly, maybe $500,000 to run that political institution. That money should also be accountable every dime that a spend must be accountable. For example, there was a lady in Sweden from the biggest political party here, which we call the Swedish Democratic Party. That woman was almost prime minister to this country just a few months before election, Mona Sahlin. She took the bank card of the party and went and bought some gifts for her security. And because of that today, Mona Sahlin, she kissed her political career goodbye. Okay, so that's one of the way that we can come because of this 20 political, how they call it, presidential candidate or expiring that we have, you understand, to limit that. Then when it comes to the question you asked, for example, how can we, critique these people to know that who is who and if they qualify, you understand? It's going to be a little bit difficult for those who are not served before. And then two, we look at the institution from the private sector where they have worked before, how big was that institution, and what was the tax or the responsibility given to them. For example, like Ellen, you go all there, I've been searching because people say Ellen work with, I didn't know, United Nations or work with World Bank or whatever, but you can see the position that Ellen had, which kind of director or which of the regions she went to and she served at, you understand? But because people hear these things, so they believe that these people can make good leadership. Okay, then when it comes to someone who's been serving in government for this long time, that people brag about that you got the experience, besides government, we are seeing people from the private sector go into government, but they got one or two businesses running on the side, you understand? That employ Liberian, that Liberian also benefit from. But what has the person created since the person been in politics for the past 20 years? Say what you want to say, for example, I'll bring this person named Edwin Snow, right? We always know how Edwin Snow got his money. But regardless of that, Edwin Snow got the biggest palm farm in the country. Allegedly, you understand? By what people say, he got the biggest palm farm in the country. So this is a man who can boast of agriculture, you understand? But we have somebody who been 42 years in government, for example. I don't want to buy into that stuff that Ume Baka have the number. He has the number because he doesn't. If he had a number in Lofa County, what happened in Lofa County? Right in his own backyard, he lost all the 4 candidates that the UP put out. They lost everything. So I'm not worried about the number, but these are questions Liberian Post supposed to be asking. Okay, the 42 years the man stay, this man boasts of agriculture. They say he got a farm. What kind of farm? Is it a farm to feed he and his family? Or is it a farm or a commercial farm? If it's a commercial farm, what is he producing from his farm? How many Liberian people, this stuff that he produced or the crops he produced from his farm, be it pepper, corn, how they call it, potatoes, cassava, how many tons does he produce? So when people say these things about farm, these are questions for me. I ask them, you talk about Joseph Walker, got farm, he got agriculture, blah, blah. How many things does he produce? And what is what the tons, the capacity of his farm? You understand? And then two, you work in government, you know, what these people have created that create employment, you understand, in the country for Liberian people, because you work in the government, you're supposed to know where you can go to invest, you understand, that will create job for the Liberian people, that tomorrow you can say, okay, I work in government for X amount of time, but I got a company and this company employ maybe 200 Liberian. Those are facts you can show Liberian people if you want to brag about experience. So with the experience, what evidence you can show me that they may have invented something with this experience in government? So these are things that, you know, I will ask somebody who are working in government before and the people that are not working in government before, which institution this person is coming from, what was the responsibility on the person's shoulder when it comes to decision making, when it comes to finance, Henry, you understand? For this institution for which we should trust the person with a country. You're talking about a whole country.
Yeah, you make a point there, Joe, with regard to what you're saying right now. Okay, I agree. Snow is one of the guys who really invests into country in terms of agriculture level. The other Liberians who probably we don't know about, they're also investing into farms in agribusiness in Liberia. And those are typical examples you just mentioned, my brother. Then the country, we still want to frame this a way that we should come up with a guideline that will kind of set the precedence of a premix or lay the conditions for those who running for the higher office in the country to avoid these wannabes running the country and filling that platform. That's my point, gentlemen. Well, how can we do? You just said 350,000 registered voters, whether it's independent candidate, whether it's a political party. That's one. Second, after your first term or the half of your first term, we should know, go and review your scorecard to see if you perform. If you did not perform, if you have told us that about 3 years, I was able to meet this guy, I'll do this, I'll do like George told us. He will lay an overhead bridge from this place to this place. You'll be 600 teachers. He will do this, he will do that. He didn't do it in the first 2-3 years. So what do? We should hold you accountable, like you said. But we should come in a way that then we go to referendum, put that into a vote. If Liberians accept that, then you know what happened. Then we have to set a precedent for who run for that office. Or else we're going to have the same situation repeatedly. We don't know who's coming. Mr. Comey keeps saying that nobody has challenged him. He said, look at his past performances. Compared to others, you stand higher shoulder than more those people. You stand shoulder higher than those people that are running on those as president right now. Right? You get past performances. When a corporate word to all what we are saying here, these guys, okay, you say the JMB has experience as you got political experience for the 2 years. I don't know. You guys will help me on the platform.
Since Baka being in politics, there are some Liberians, for example, I can give you the former CPA and I think one time finance minister, if I'm right, or foreign minister, Tobana Tipote. With all the CPA Tobana Tipote, he was, at some point given contract to work with the UN, I think DP before, in few African countries, you understand? Yeah, but Joseph Boakai, since being in politics, which organization have given Joseph Boakai the opportunity to say, okay, this man, he's an experienced Liberian politician, okay, come and work with the United Nations, the UNHCR or the UNDP, United Nations Development Program, and blah, 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 and you understand? Send them around the world to say, okay, go and work like they did to a few Liberians before. But for example, here is a man who worked from Ivory Coast to Nigeria, from Nigeria to South Africa, from South Africa to England, from England to America, working his way up the ladder. You understand? But how many Liberian politicians today that you can talk about to say, okay, they work their way up the chain in the private sector? Let us look at the group that are running for office now. And Liberian people should trust them with the whole country. These are some of the arguments. It's not because you're in love with somebody, fall in love with the person idea, but your patriotism should be towards your country, not towards an individual. I can fall in love with Mr. Cummings' ideology. I fall in love with his philosophy as to how he wants to get things done. But when it comes to the country, I put my country first before Mr. Cummings. If Cummings does wrong tomorrow, I'm going to criticize Cummings, be one of the first presidents to start criticizing Cummings, because Cummings is not above my country. He's not above any other Liberian. But for me, his ideology, his philosophy as to how you want to get things done is the best among these people that looking at his working ethics and how he got up the chain.
Exactly. What you just said, you said it right. And people who don't see that, they're still seeing as a new kid on the block in the Liberian politics of who he is compared to those that are coming up. But let us look at what he's done for the years as he served in corporate office and what he's up to.
Brother Jamal, sorry for me doing this. That's why I want us to not waste too much time, or we can take a little bit of time and dive into the Euro. You know, sometimes when we listen to people, let us listen to the philosophical and the linguistic aspect as to what this person is saying. You understand? Listen to Euro. Euro telling Liberian people that the Joseph Boakai because 6 years have been with big men.
That is second topic we're coming to.
Okay. I just feel that because of time,
I know you want to run there.
Yeah,
but gentlemen, it's a good discussion so far, and I think we preparing our views on the issues. But for those of you watching the show, we ask that you please share the show. And by way of announcement, Mr. Cummings will be coming on the closing arguments in a couple of minutes or hours or so. I'm still thinking when that show starts in Monrovia. I think it's 8 o'clock. I don't know. I still have to find the time. But
it should be 5 minutes now. If it's 8 o'clock, it should be the next 5 minutes.
Okay. So in any case, we'll be carrying that show live. So we're not spending a lot of time here tonight. And next week we'll be having our guest. watch out for the flyer. We'll be having a guest from one of the political parties. We'll have the first Senate Bureau of that party to come here to explain their platform. But the Euro team, Mark, what's so much about this Euro team that that makes sense, or that does not make sense that we need to talk about? You are muted.
The Euro team, for example, I wish Liberian journalists, you understand, that believe in the truth, and you understand, investigative journalists that believe in the truth in finding all the facts, you understand, and that couldn't get their hands on the facts as to what unfolded in the CPP, why the CPP broke away. You were talking about entitlement. You understand that some people here feel that they are entitled. The presidency is no entitlement to anybody. But the same you read, they felt that Joseph Boakai was entitled to this presidency. If you ever listened to that few minutes that you were on a closing argument. So I'm like, wow, is it you who talking about the presidency is not an entitlement, something today for which they felt Joseph Boakai was entitled? They went against Mr. Cummings. They lie against Mr. Cummings. Now you is telling the Liberian people, Joseph Boakai is not the person that the Liberian people think he is. You understand? Looking beautiful in the night, but in the day, they look like vampire. Or looking beautiful in the day, in the night, they turn to vampire. That Boakai is not somebody to be trusted. That's what made me to be interested in that video. And Liberian people are supposed to start thinking, say, wow. So now we know who broke up the CPP. The people that broke up the CPP, both the Euro, the Costa, and the Boakai, they broke up the CPP. They did it intentionally to tarnish the, the fed up Mr. Cummings. And I tell Liberian people that Mr. Cummings is somebody who can build something from scratch. Look at the history of this party that Mr. Cummings formed, the ANC, where Mr. Cummings took the ANC from. That tells you that this man is a builder. You understand? He's going to build whatsoever that he inherit tomorrow. He's going to turn it around, that it will be a win-win situation for every Liberian. The party alone, today, the whole country talk about Mr. Cummings just the same way they talk about the president. If you go anywhere, you talk about you talk about Cummings. Even in the diaspora, people talk about Mr. Cummings. The reason why people know the president because he's the first citizen of the country. You understand? He's the #1 ambassador of the country. So for that reason, people know the president. But Mr. Cummings is not the president, but he's one of the most talked about president, if not the most talked about president in the country. That tells you that this man took a party from grassroots, a party that has not been around for almost for 20 years, like some of the political parties today.
Can I just ask one question? On this Euro team,
sure.
Should we give credence to Euro? Is Euro anybody to believe? Or I mean, because the reason I'm asking the question is this: Euro to come out today and begin to talk things that were very obvious. Everybody knew that these people were conspiring against Mr. Cummings, but they all stood their ground and made it appear as if to say they were doing the right thing. Now, after he fell out and then he couldn't find his way coming out to make the revelation, it's in that Costa. Should we give that? No.
I will give credence to Euro, but Euro should be man enough to take the responsibility to say, look, I was one of those witchcraft that playing evil against
I think he apologized. He said you apologize to certain people.
Yeah, he should apologize to Mr. Cummings. He should come clean to say, look, Alex, I wronged you. I was part of that plot, but not to pretend like a child to say, oh yeah, he manipulated, like what Liberian people saying, oh yeah, Boakai manipulated Euro. Euro was not a kid. Costa is not a kid. They play evil against Mr. Cummings, and they should be bold enough to come out to say, hey, Alex, if you want Mr. Cummings to trust you, to bring you around him, to open his fence to you or his arms to you, be bold enough to apologize to the man sincerely. Okay? Because you wanted to destroy what the man built over the past 30 or 40 years. That's why you wanted to destroy. And as God could put it, okay, you guys are fighting among yourselves now. So you should be man enough to come on the national radio and apologize to Mr. Cummings. That's what a man would do.
Okay.
Right. I think what Mark said, Mark make my case, but I would just tell you, what I love for this? I want JMB to throw some punches, so we got more revelations. That's what I want to hear, because when he said when he attacked Bernard Ure Bernard Joaquin with more revelation. So I want more revelation. That I will be interested in because there are a lot of hidden things.
JMB is very dangerous. Let me tell you something about those kind of people. JMB is very dangerous, so he doesn't say a lot. Those people that he want to manipulate to use, he let them to talk too much, and he sit there like he's snubbing, but he's not snubbing. No,
let me just tell you. Let me show you something. JMB, he knows exactly where Ure came from. Ure is just touching the top of the iceberg. Ure had not said anything. Ure, if you remember, he said
exactly.
He continued to attack. He will say more. And Costa, if you go way back, he said, "Man, can't talk all." But what made him to come and make all the revelation? So they are saying more. And Costa said, "One of the other said, let me get here fun." He said, "If I hear fun again." So
you know what it means? You know what it means? You go to Linford, you promise Linford, you come to Jomar, you promise Jomar, and the whole group around you, they know, say, okay, this is our agenda. We're carrying Yombly, you know, and Yombly was a golden egg. She destroyed her own golden egg. Just imagine these revelations that are coming from this particular group. Had it been from the other way, from the CPP, where Musa Belete against coming against the other one, Yetem, may so rest in peace, the whole Labro would have been talking it today. They will never leave that other drama. But it's because of them now, then they're talking about, oh yeah, we shouldn't be attacking each other. Y'all go suck one somewhere, man. You know where I put the ANC partisan through?
Okay. When it comes to that Bwaka promising people, there are two videos, there are two audios that I have on Prince Johnson. And if I play it, I don't know if Bwaka heard it before, where Prince Johnson said, Jeremiah Kun, if you make him vice president, is that the kind of person Bwaka want to take? If you make him vice president, you will keep Bwaka just for him to be president. Did you hear that video? That audio?
I've heard it before.
Okay. Then there's another man.
That shows you how desperate Bwaka is.
Yeah. Then there's another one. Prince Johnson said that Jeremiah Kun is temperamental. He's greedy for power. I got all my phone here.
Yep.
But let me tell. I was just talking about that audio to make a point. You see, when Bwaka said that he can dance with the devil just to win, I will tell you he was taking big risk. No, I know, and trust me, I will tell you, God forbid, they will not. So I will not say when, I will say if they win, that government not going nowhere. And besides that, within the first 2-3 months, there will be a problem. Prince Johnson will be pressing hard. The UP people, the original UP people who believe that the presidency belongs to JMB, they will want to take a glory and they want to push. And I know my Nima County people, brother. I'm telling you something.
Bro,
you will see the real drama.
Bro, Linford, let me give you the mathematical calculation here, my brother. I was talking to an older brother of mine from the same football era yesterday, but I won't call his name because he supports JMB. I'm like, listen to me. Take this with you tonight and go think about it because he enjoys Solo and they all talk every day. I said, number one, the CDCN, there is no way 90% or majority of the CDCN, if they go to second round between the CPP and the UP, 90% of the CDCN, they will support the CPP candidate. And the same way around when it go between the ANC and the CDC, 80% of the Unity Party supporter, they will support the ANC, then the ANC supporter supporting the, how they call it, say UP. Take this calculation where you are doing yesterday, he got quiet, you were too argumentative with me.
Actually, yeah. I think you make
when I said it to him yesterday,
it's a circle.
Very quiet. Then he said, look, what you just said to me ring a bell. I said, yeah, a lot of people that support Joseph Bwaka, they know the reality, but they are just in love with Joseph Bwaka, but they know that this country, okay, Coming is the rightful person. But take this calculation that I just gave you. When it go to second round, most of Unity Party supporters, between George Weah and Cummings, they will support Cummings. But when you go the other way around, between ANC, CPP and the Unity Party, CDCN will prefer, or the Day Party CDCN will prefer Unity Party to come back to power.
I think you said it all. I can't add anything to that, guys. That's a brilliant point that you made, Mark. I think very, very good political observation, because the question goes around every time. When it comes to the second round, who do you support as CPP? You know, it keeps going around. I think Mr. Cummings trying to tell them, well, he's not in the game to be, you know, second. You're always going to win. So he did not answer that straightly, but he's been very political there and very diplomatic. I like that. But we'll get there. We'll get to the bridge. We'll cross it, guys. The very good thing I like about this whole thing about JMB and BNU,
you mutual info.
Throwing punches. It's like we need more revelations, you know. Liberian sat there for years and believed that Mr. Cummings fingered the document. They still believe because they took the story and carried it with them. It's like Cummings is responsible. He's too desperate. He wants power. Desperate as what? The man is rich. I mean, I don't want to be. I'm not sounding boastful here. He could stay there the rest of his life with his children enjoying his money. And the guys, we worth more than $1 billion. Net worth is more than $1 billion. Why is he leaving door to come to Liberia and sit there in the house for the past 6 years, knocking doors for all to change that country? You should know he has passion for that country. That's why I tell a lot of people. For a complete 6 years, he's knocking doors, telling we need to change this country. I've seen a lot. He's worth more than $1 billion US. That's his net worth. Why would he come to Liberia? Why would you want to run around Liberia like we have $800 million as our budget? $800 million. Any man managed $280 billion as a net budget you run for so many years. You manage on his management. So the argument of Mr. Cummings is coming that that's what I like about you said, Mark, that the man has a vision. He's a visionary. He knows what he wants. ANC, they brought him to the ANC, built ANC as an institution. I know if Mr. Cummings is not there tomorrow, ANC will go and will grow, and somebody will step into the shoes and take on position. And they will know very well ANC is going, because you being ANC, I being ANC, we know how ANC has been going all along. It's an institution. It's not a party for any individual. It belongs to everybody. And that's why he's saying you have to be a Big 10. Everybody has to come honor the 10. Not like the CDC thing, where you have to be CDC or before you benefit for the country resource, or you benefit for the country things that come for the country. So these are things that we've been talking over and over for the past years. We've been on this platform for 2.5 years now. We still telling you Mr. Cummings is the right person. It's coming to, you're seeing it's coming to light. There's people that are accusing Mr. Cummings some months ago, telling he's a criminal. He fingered our documents. They are throwing punches at each other. And Mr. Cummings is putting his legs in the air and he's laughing, giggling right now. Look at them.
Yeah. That's and you see, like I was telling you guys just a few minutes ago, that whole government, that whole thing, it's just a marriage of convenience. The Prince Johnson and Jeremiah can see eye to eye. But because Prince Johnson got a sinister motive, and the only way to accomplish that is to use Jeremiah Kun under the pretext that a Boakai will take Kun, then Nima country will fall, and Unity Party might possibly win. And then Prince Johnson will have a saying in the government. Look, follow the Prince Johnson got record. Prince Johnson broke away from because he said he's not getting what we are promising. Now, listen to me. Why will you go into a collaboration solely? I agree that in collaboration you got to give and take, but you go there solely with the aim of getting that promise, that the amount of people they promise to employ for you. Listen to the Prince Johnson talking about the very Jeremiah Kun that he took to be workers running mate.
Jeremiah Kun, who in my party, I have not come to the country to tell you, I suppose you know. Principally, I tell you this, to be too damn great and good. We elected Jeremiah Kun in 2017 up to 2023. Why does he want to move Tom Griffith, for example? Why does he want to contest against anybody, for example? You don't know me, starting me. I'm a principle-minded person. So I told people that go around the money that I steal because he the grace and me deputy co-chair. And the minister will come to defend a budget, they can pay to them. He got money, so why spend it? Yes, I've been putting my great do a problem of my own. So you are one side of you fight me, you fall. When the end about to try it down, when John will try it down, when the rest of you try it down, when John will be try it people. Yes, brother. I have a powerful God. Brother. Yes. Jeremiah Kun, who in my party, I have not come to the country to take you. I suppose you know.
Okay, so this is the man talking about the vice president that is elected for GMB. And he goes to say that this man is greedy. There is another segment of that video where he said Jeremiah Kun is aggressive. Is this a man that that Bouaka wants to take to be his vice president, he will kick him out. He will kick him, Bouaka, out to be president. Okay.
Linford, is that a recent video or audio?
It's few months back before the nomination.
Exactly. But even regardless of that, Brajoma, you know,
Yes.
these things supposed to be disturbing to the
record.
Liberian people here in the kind of languages you understand. For example, if you listen to what the same Prince Johnson has said about JMB, if you listen to what Costa has said about JMB, you understand. You listen to what they have said about each other. The only person that have not gone down in the gutter to
It's
do
Mr.
kind of
Cummings.
nasty talking is Mr. Cummings. He stick to the bread and butter issue. When you talk about the other, how they call it, say, idiot in America who holding plastic bear, people inside, obey. You know, I got angry with Mr. Cummings. Let me tell you the truth. I got angry with Mr. Cummings when Mr. Cummings reached out to the boy who can be causing women there. You understand? And I'm saying it, I said it before. Mr. Cummings had no right giving the kind of people credence. You understand? You know, sometimes when you put in dress on a monster, that same monster that will run your belly, you don't know, say, that monster come in, turn you eye around. You understand? Until when it start happening. So Mr. Cummings was right now to pick up a fully person Obey who talk nonsense about Mr. Cummings. But yeah, Obey then they jumping from one place to another, from CDC, they jumping behind Joseph Bouaka. Who is Obey? Mr. Cummings was right now to even pick that fool up because he's a
Wait,
fool.
let me tell you one thing. You know, and this is solely from my heart, right? And people would not agree with me. We all, I'm not a church, we are fan. We all, yeah, we are mad the way we are has carried out our country. But we have made certain decisions that I really applaud him for. The decisions he made, they are not national decisions, those decisions could not affect the lives of the people economically. They're not good for the entire country. But he made certain decisions good for himself. And ask me, what are those decisions? One, Obe made a scene noise for where he accused coming of being gay, and he did all kind of things. And we did not even give him credence after he won. We kept him arm length. In fact, not even arm length. He kept him distance away. And so he went mad. Imagine if we have carried people like Obe closer to him. What would happen?
What would have happened?
People
would have been missing in our country every day. People would have died mysteriously every day in our country.
Yeah, that intelligent, like I said before, but he's street smart. Let me tell you, because the boy grew up in the street. You know, no, let me tell you, when we were small boy grew up in Montreal, by the time you leave your house, you're going out, my friend, you are only two people, you and God. God first and you. Because you got to know your surrounding, you know where you're passing. We set the community, we can't pass.
Son, rocket, son, RPG that they throw on our idiot in Iraq. Just imagine. Then you can get that manpower in a third world country in Liberia. That boy that kill people every day in our country, people missing.
And that one a decision Georgia made that I admire about him. The second one is Eugene Fangon. And all the people that Georgia got rid of. See what they talking when they were with him, they said all the good things about him. Let me tell you one thing. I support Cummings. I don't know Cummings from anywhere. Okay, but I support him because I believe in his policy. So even if anything happened, I will not go sit there and start talking bad about him about Cummings, which I don't even know about him. Okay, not because maybe he gave me job or something happened. I don't see that thing that will happen. That I will go sit and start talking about somebody who I once said I like. It's just like you're married to a woman. After you and the woman break up, then you go start talking bad about him. Or why were you with that woman in the first place all the time? Then the second thing here is the Eugene Fangon thing. Eugene Fangon was there making all the noise. When Georgia saw him, that this guy is not a guy I think I need. And somebody bad policy that is happening in the government. That Eugene Fangon. That people like that were making no bad policy.
He was too divisive.
Yeah. And he left, he went, he started talking all the bad thing. And then the kind of people now behind Bouaka. So look at the Bouaka.
Go to listen what Eugene Fangon has said about the same Joseph Bouaka.
Oh, yeah.
Joseph Bouaka got no good judgment. Because you remember on the same bottom line, I said it from day one. 2 years ago, I said Costa using Joseph Bouaka, Joseph Bouaka using Costa. And things will fall apart.
Yep. This is it is. What's it look like now? But the
closing argument, Linford, you got to spy on our program. You want us to carry
that's what I'm trying to do. We got to keep eye on the closing argument because for you, those of you who listening to us, will be switching to closing argument.
I think it's supposed to be on by now, right?
It should be starting.
It should be on by now, Linfo.
Yeah, but I cannot. I'm trying to locate it. Locate it. I cannot get in it. So let me just once again check. Because I normally. Let me see. Let me see. It's not yet started.
You started?
No, not yet. I'm seeing only the old. Yeah, I'm seeing only the old stuff.
There's some chance we can play the audio of Bernard Ewell yesterday from closing argument.
Do you have it?
No, I'm just no. While I'm looking for that, will you mind going to Stanton case? What is it like for Stanton right now? I think there's
okay. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Like we said today, our viewers, we said today we just going random, so we do not have particular topic to discuss. We've covered GMB and we've covered here in the Bernard Ewell saga. Stanton Peabody, the boy from New Panton. The boy from New Panton.
Where is that?
Well, that's so cool. He always talks about New Panton.
Yeah,
I know that in New
That's Sargon?
New Panton in Newtown, yeah.
Is that Sargon?
Yeah, Sargon. Sargon, New Panton. You know what Sargon is? The capital city of Vietnam. So when you go there,
we got Sargon in Liberia. That's the Newtown.
That's Sargon. When you get there, when you in Sargon, you own your own. That meaning you own your own. In Sargon, nobody there for you, everybody for self. That's survival era. So the boy from New Panton. And you know, Liberia is. I'll just lay a premise that we'll discuss while we await the closing argument to get on. Liberia is a very interesting country, a country where everybody got a little criminal, everybody got a little injured, everybody got a little devil. So my devil is not Jima's devil. At one point, my injury will be Jima's devil. And then a certain time will come, my injury will become my devil, and then it becomes Jima's injury. So Liberia, we are interesting people. Stanton Witherspoon. He's a young man, I think innovative, smart, because to dupe the biggest country in the world, you must be smart, boy. So this boy, he's been in problem for a couple of months now, almost a year. It was January this year that our news broke up, and the case have been dragging. And finally, we understand that he appeared in court yesterday, the 24th of August. And he pleaded guilty. First, the case started, he said he was not guilty. He pleaded not guilty. But in a week of tons of evidence coming every day. So I think his lawyer saw wisdom to ask him to reverse the not guilty verdict or plea to guilty plea. And in most cases, that is done when the lawyers have weighed your case and they say, no, my man, the case here. It's just like, okay, let me just forget about the conventional lawyer, right? Like we all come from the village, we in a village. Then something happened, or great, somebody commit big crime. Then we bring the man to judgment. The man start denying. Everybody know the man did the thing. Somebody will call here and say, my man, the thing here, it made it true. And you beg the chief then or the person who you did the battle, maybe will see mercy. If people also beat you or hang you or jail you, they can reduce the punishment. So I think that's why the lawyer told him, and then he pleaded guilty. And according to what I heard from people that were in the court, because there was an account from somebody who was in the court yesterday, and the person said Stanton, about 9 of the counts were dropped, and only the conspiracy one remained. And the judge left it hanging that he could either face the full term, which is up to 20 years, or lesser term. And then that is optional to the judge. And it will be based on the evidence they will get. And sometimes some of these things come like, that's why he will be sentenced on November 2nd. So from now until November 2nd, the people could dig out more evidence. Or there will be instances where people, the community, because normally they'll do the community survey about you. And then we'll find out your character in the community, who are you, whatever you have some records in the past or whatever. And then based on that, they can make a final verdict. But he's been indicted formally, and he had pleaded guilty. So when you plead guilty in a court, it's your own confession. So you don't need any more further from the court to say, okay, Linford is guilty, because you are saying, yeah, I did the act. So who more? Because you are the one that they're investigating, right? So if you say I did it, fine. So he's waiting to be sentenced. We don't know how long the sentence will be, but let's look at the character of these people. And last night, right after the court case yesterday, last night the brother was on Spoon and also attacking Mr. Cummings and George Weah again. Can you imagine the fact that this brother has no remorse or conscience? You got a kind of case, and I mean the facts, man. I've been watching some cases in America. You don't play with the feds. You don't play with the federal government, brother. That's not normal civil cases, you know. So this is the character we're talking about, and this is the guy who sat, denigrated people, and even he still does it now. And he's been bankrolling the Unity Party, allegedly bankrolling the Unity Party. And I mean, some people say there are documents. Unconfirmed reports say there are documents that even Joe Walker traveling to America in recent time, he has been there, you know, to sponsor him. They've been giving him some money. So this is the character we're talking about, Stanton Peabody. Oh, Stanton Witherspoon, not Peabody, I'm sorry. Stanton Witherspoon. Stanton Peabody was now a journalist.
Right, thank you very much. Listen, Linford, the thing here is, I've said it for some time, if you follow our video on the platform, that why should we allow this guy platform to be existing by now? Liberians still give credit to this guy platform, going on his platform, listening to him. It should be shut down because he got this from the ill wealth. He got this station. People are having people to have interview on the station. On the platform. Those stations should be shut down. You know where we live right now in the West. Once you've been kind of, let's agree, in fact, he's already a convicted criminal because he pleaded guilty. Now, he's just waiting for a terms in jail. How much were you allowed to be sitting on like a platform knowing that he's already a criminal? You got those radio stations, those television stations from ill wealth, and you're allowed to sit there, you're thinking like something of I don't understand. Why should we
can I just come in? Can I just give you some update? I think in a court document, in the ruling, he was asked in a court, are you aware that under this term, your properties could be seized at any location? And he said yes, because they have to read to him, you know, all of his rights and what will happen to him. And they got to educate him. They got to ask him if he knows about it. His lawyers have told him. And one of the things I think I overheard is that his properties in the U.S., I think in 7 different locations, real estate, will be confiscated. And I think the value of all of that came to 3.5 million, if I'm not mistaken, if the figure is correct. Don't hold me responsible for that. And he also needs to make a restitution of $250,000 US. I think that was something like money that he already paid and it's not refundable. Okay, so when you talk about his Spoon network in Liberia, now the laws in America does not affect, or the law in America does not affect the law in Liberia in certain ways. He committed, in fact, one of the questions they asked him was whether he's an American. He said yes. So being an American, he will be prosecuted under the American law. He did not commit this crime outside of America. Like, you know, you see Chucky Taylor's crime is, for which he's in jail, is that he was an American citizen and he committed this crime in Liberia. Okay, and so he had to be extradited. Or for saying he was not extradited, he went to America, he escaped Liberia, went to America, so it was very easy to nab him. So, yeah, the only point that, I mean, when you look at it naturally, that he's not supposed to sit on a network in America for that reason. I think the American government should be the one to say, well,
that's what I'm trying to say. Probably you got the other earlier. What I was trying to say, the network, Liberians that are giving credence to listen to him. You have it right. The network does exist, right? I mean, his station does exist, but the credibility issue.
That would be yesterday. They reopened it yesterday too.
The credibility issue we're talking about. Mark just said it was a politician who used the party's bank card to just buy a gift.
Mona Salim.
Muna Saline lost her political career, committed a political suicide because she used her bank's card to buy something. This guy built an institution for ill wealth. Then we sit there, we stay calling Spoon a station, and we sit there on the platform, we listen to those guys. We should boycott this gas station. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not talking about seizing the property. We shouldn't even give, we shouldn't allow guests to go on that station because he was nowhere. He got this thing for no wealth. So people, no, the thing is, we are, Mark, I'm sorry, boss. Let me just say something.
Go ahead, Mark.
You know, we got some Liberian that's in Liberia or somewhere around the world saying that we're going to go and pray for you, Waterspoon. You're going to get out of this. I think you've been one of those guys that are really against that. God doesn't listen to that. You stole from the people. You probably those people he gives certificate, he already killed most of those people. Most people are going around and kill people in those hospitals, in those homes, those nursing homes. The guy hand is.
But you know, again.
Listen, blood is in those guy hand, on that guy hand. So you sit on that platform and you say like, I'm talking about credibility issue right here. Librarians should not be given. They shouldn't be. They should boycott his network to show that this is unacceptable. That's my point.
Let me bring you.
Mark, go on, please.
Mm-hmm. Before let me just. I don't forget my thought, brother. I think you will come to flow. But I just want to tell you, Chima, everybody does not think the same way. The same way, if I take God forbid, I start walking the streets, start shooting people, some people say, "Oh, yeah, you forgive the man." People do think the same way. Why others will say,
it seems to be like got too many sympathy in Liberia. Look at me stay there. Nobody's speaking of this. If it's a campaign against this guy, they should shut this thing down. I mean, that nobody should go get. I'm credible. The state should not be credible. You will see people be balking the station. That's what happened.
Yeah,
but nobody's doing that.
Again, they have that right to broadcast.
Of course, but we should boycott the out of credibility issue. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they don't have the right.
But everybody not is seeing.
Go ahead, man. I just wanted to talk about when Linford talked about the lawyer. You know, every time you go to court, for example, when you go to see a lawyer can ask you to explain the God-fed truth as to what happened and where you went wrong. Don't hide nothing from the lawyer, because telling the lawyer the truth, that's where the lawyer is going to plead your case to defend you. But if you lie to the lawyer and the lawyer go to court, the lawyer discovers some other truth, then the lawyer can get upset. You go, why you didn't tell me the other one? And you say, oh yeah, you forgot. That's why the lawyer can ask you to explain, take maybe a week consultation with you to explain everything to them. Now, every time you hear somebody go to court and that person accept a plea, a guilty plea, that means that person is doing it in a sense to have a lenient sentences on a particular case that is going on in court. So, and it also left with the prosecution, the team, to accept the kind of a sentence that this fellow going to get. If it satisfies them, they will okay. But if it don't satisfy them, their desire, they would also appeal to the court that this person got a less sentence for the crime committed. So he's not just yet off the hook by accepting the plea bargain, that the guilty plea. No, he's not off the hook. It depends what the sentence and what the damage that being caused to other people's family. And two, those people that he took money from and gave them fixed certificate also. That the first stage of the case we're looking at, but the second stage is coming. Then when it comes to getting him off the air, I think because he's trying to influence the Liberian politics, and people that go on that show, actually the what Juma was saying, they should be ashamed of themselves. Because people on that show talking about accountability, criticizing other, hard-working people that have worked and built their reputation. But then you on a station that is owned by somebody who is found guilty, who plead guilty, say, oh yeah, I'm wrong for XYZ crime that, against me. Then you sit on that show as an educated person. Come on, something is wrong with you, man. And then two, the Liberian government, through the Ministry of Information, is supposed to be able to write to the American authority that, okay, this person show, or your how do you call it, your internet. You can block the man show from being aired in Liberia. They have done that to other countries do that. I don't know what the technological aspect are going to take for this man program to be banned in Liberia on the internet. because you have to go through, I think, the Liberian Post and Telecommunication System before the main program can be air in a or enter the Liberian airwave. So they could, that one step they could use to ban his program, but or write to the American government that this man need to be off the air because he's a bad influence and he's trying to influence our politics. Yeah, so these are things the Ministry of Information. I think there's a way that they can go about it, or through the foreign ministry, there's a way that can go about it. That man is a convicted criminal in America. He should not put him off in our politics. And then too, he's an American citizen. But the main embarrassing part, like what Jomai is saying, that tell you that most Liberians will got problem to even listen to the fellow. This fellow is committed, I mean, how do you call it? Convicted for a
criminal,
crime.
yeah.
Convicted for a crime. And Liberian people listen to this guy and believe in this guy. Some of them, that tell you that some of our people got problem.
Yeah, this is that my brother was saying. We are glorifying criminal. This is what we're doing. I mean, sorry, you saying to me here, well, people got different people have to listen to. Why should we listen to this guy? He has gone, he pleaded guilty. He gave first certificate to people to endanger the lives of others. You know how many people have died out of those who he gave certificate to? Do you know that how many thousands of people he gives certificate to? He's taking $20,000 to $30,000 US from them for certificate, just a nursing degree, a BSc in nursing. Qualify you, and once you see that degree, it was considered to be a reputable institution. They give you certificate, you go work. Once you see your certificate in the West, they see your certificate, then you qualify. You go, give you the chance. You may have an experience.
Some people taking almost $75,000, $80,000 loan just to get a BSc nursing certificate. Okay.
And our people, in Liberia are going to have a prayer group for him. Oh, we're going to have a prayer group for you to pray for you.
It's like you pray for the devil.
Yeah, they're witch hunting you. Then you're telling me that, well, we should, I mean, he has a right to broadcast, but we should not be glorifying these criminal activities. You convicted criminals that are going out there, spewing out rubbish out there. He thinks he's rich. He's a gangster. He's a criminal. He's a convicted criminal. We should condemn him. We should make a way. We should boycott his network. That's what we need to do. We should boycott his network.
And you are 100% right, Jima. You guys are 100% right. But the point from where I'm coming is that in Liberia, if you listen to me earlier on, I said everybody in Liberia has his own devil. When your devil is performing for you, or when he's injured for you, when he's performing for you, but the moment he turns from you, he becomes my devil. So, Stanton, let's say United Party people, a couple of months ago, or even a year ago, they were saying that that's George Weah station. Stanton is there supporting George Weah. Now that he's beating that drum, so he becomes a good guy. And look at the conglomeration of people on that platform. Okay? You got the Eugene Nangwe, you got the Fadiga who doesn't even know his hair from toe. I mean, educational, all of them there. Okay? And they all, and Fangon, let me tell you, Fangon, today, they leverage that United Party gave Fangon. If Mr. Comey had just given it to Eugene Fangon, he'll be making that noise. Because I remember on one of that show, Eugene Fangon said that he was sick. I mean, when Mr. Comey was in court, he was talking for Mr. Comey, but after Mr. Comey left the court, he did not even call him to speak to him. And that's the reason why he turned against Mr. Comey. So look at that kind of person. Yeah, look at him.
Personal vendetta.
Who are you for Cummings to call?
Yeah.
Who are you using for?
Look at that kind of person. Yeah?
There are people that
look at Fadiga. Fadiga, he was supporting fresh video.
Don't be calling the name. Listen, when you keep calling the name, you kind of promoting them. I don't think you want to mention
let people know them.
No, but you know, it still hurts me when you talk about Spoon Network.
Because calling those people now, I want to agree with Jomai.
It's promoting
giving them more credence.
More credence. So they are nobody. They don't exist. Okay. I mean, the whole platform should not be existing at all. In my view, that platform should not exist at all. And our sister sitting there probably representing CPP. Sometimes they say, "Oh, Dr. Francine, I think we should ask her to honorably retire from that platform." I mean, because of for 24th that the brother has pleaded guilty, you should retire from that platform.
I'll be honest with you. From almost a year back now, had I been in the leadership of the ANC at that time, the decision-making body, I will ask that lady, you got two options. You leave that platform, or
you don't
suspend you from the party, or you don't represent us.
I mean, that's
That would
fair
have been
indeed.
the two alternative I gave her.
Look what they did to Alva Tukpa. Alva Tukpa published a book. It was his own opinion. They published a book and say all about denigrating women in Liberia. They asked, the public went out, they asked Mr. Comey to sack him. He got sacked. Right? He got sacked as a statue of staff for Mr. Comey. And now, this guy, our sister, sit on a platform that was brought up by Ellsworth, by a convicted criminal, and she's speaking for CPP. And we said we believe in change. I think a CPP should ask our sister to honorably retire or resign from that platform because it does not represent the CPP at all. The change you bring to that country. I mean, this is my point. They have the right to exist as a platform. This as of yesterday, because he pleaded guilty. I was just waiting for him to plead guilty because he was still innocent as far as we.
Yesterday was
concerned.
the time for the final straw to be drawn.
Yeah. As far as we're concerned, we are holding my gun to my chest, to my bosom, because I know that he was still innocent until he pleaded guilty. As of tomorrow, of today, those people, I'm not talking about other people. I'm talking about our sister, Dr. Francine. I'm saying it in the public manner that we should please ask you to retire from that, resign from that platform because it's not an honorable platform. We have credibility issue. It's not credible enough for you to be on that platform because we hold you in high esteem. You speak the truth. You speak for the party. We believe in you. Please retire from that platform. It does not represent you at all. That's it. She doesn't need to be there. She's wasting her energy on that platform because that platform is criminal run platform. It doesn't represent anybody. Nobody should even give interview to that platform. That particular Spoon TV. This is why that's my call. We should boycott that platform. Make sure that nobody should have interview or grant an interview. This guy went and told the people he took the money. He lied to the people. He conspired to take money out of people, innocent people, getting fake degrees, nursing degrees. Look at people like Kev Hassan and sitting there with BSc in nursing.
You know, sometimes it's not good to respond to certain statements. But when you talk about credibility, and some people don't understand what credibility you're talking about. We're talking about national issue here, and people with bad, repetition, trying to influence to influence other people when it comes to national decision making. And you're talking about, oh yeah, someone have the right to do what they want to do and not to do what other people tell them to do. Some people's statements and sometimes get me weak to my stomach. I'm talking about people,
okay, guys.
National decision making.
Fresh information is that the PL is on the closing argument right now, but I've been trying to get a link. I can't get it, but pretty soon we'll get a link, and as soon as we get it, we'll be switching on to the closing argument. We started that because I think we go almost 38 minutes into the program, and I've been trying actually hard to find a link. I can't get it. So
yeah, we gotta close up because I want to watch that program.
Yeah. So as soon as we get it, we'll splash it in here, we'll relay it here, and then people can watch it. So if you're watching us, just remain there. As soon as I get a link, I'll paste it in. Somebody's going to send it to me in a few minutes. But you know, like you guys said, I think
thanks for getting that on the screen. And so today is the birthday of our CEO.
You get it? Okay, because I don't know why. I'm looking for it. I can't get it. I'm looking for it live. I've been looking for it. But somebody just texted me that it's on. So I asked the person to find me the link and send it. Then we can,
It shouldn't be hard though. A close argument should be on the Facebook. I think it shouldn't be hard to get it if it's live.
Yeah. No, you see, I normally go like say I don't have time to watch it in there. I normally go here in the search bar.
Linford,
listen. It's on now. It's on. I got it.
The program just starting. It ain't been on for 30 minutes. The person allowed to you. Just coming on.
No.
Panelists are coming on now.
I was just saying that it should be on for 30 minutes because it's like.
Okay, switch over then.
Yeah.
Then we got a bit everybody farewell and then we'll let it go.
But gentlemen, let us say good night to one another while we watch the program, or we should come back after the program. What you think? Today's our weekend.
No,
definitely.
The program will be long. It'll be like 3 hours. So
yeah, then we can
from outside.
Catch up.
But what we'll do, we'll relay it and we can talk about it another time or maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, another thing to let you know quickly, just about with information. You also can, if you're not watching the live video, we can catch you on our online radio. We'll also be carrying live on online radio as well, on the Borderline Online Radio. You can go on your iPhone and download it from the Play Store, also Android. Live, you can also listen to the closing argument on the Borderline. Thank you. And also on, what do you follow on? YouTube, Facebook as well.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, guys,
Leaf,
good night. It was a good show, man.
Thank you, Maki.
Okay.
See you soon.
Yeah. Jemai working tomorrow?
No, I'm having a program tomorrow. I'm attending some community event tomorrow, engagement. You can call me.
Okay, what about Sunday?
Yeah, good.
Okay. Okay. Linford, good night, bro.
Yeah. Okay, bro.
Thank you for coming. Nice being here.
Okay, but Chima, we can still be talking while I'm trying to get this thing on.
Yeah, definitely. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to see if we can also. I will also try to relay on the our online radio, so those who are not can follow on the
okay.
video,
I think
live stream, live feed.
I'm getting there. Let me see. Go closing argument live. Okay, so I got it. I just need to share screen. Let me see.
But what if you just joining us now? Linford is trying to connect to the closing argument, another platform, Liberian platform, where we're trying to get the standard bearer of the political party, the collaboration political party CPP, Mr. Alexander Bendy Cummings is coming on. He's the guest on that show tonight. It just started a couple of minutes ago. Linford is doing some technical work in the background to make sure we connect with the closing argument. The political leader, Mr. Alexander, the standard bearer of the CPP, Mr. Alexander Become, is on the show tonight. He'll be presenting his platform, a vision for Liberia. And please join us. We get coming to you live on the Borderline Liberia, Facebook, YouTube, as well as on our online radio that comes on 247. You can also download our app on the Play Store and also the App Store. All the app stores on the iOS, which is iPhone. If you have iPhone user, please make sure you can download our app from there. It's the Borderline Liberia is on there, as well as on the Android as well. So we are there 247. It's the only station that play 247 Liberian music, Liberian news, and Liberian events. So Linford, how are we doing with the relay?
Yeah, we will be there soon. We're getting there soon.
Right, we come every Tuesday and Friday on this platform. Places like we come on your way. If you're living in Central Europe, we come here every 9 o'clock is your Central European time, 8 o'clock Central UK time, and 7 o'clock Liberian time. We were every Tuesday we do a live show from Liberia on the radio. Now we're going to join the bottom. Now we need you to
want our daughters
the
to
closing argument.
kind of emulate and see be like Charlene Bromskin. So that is a good judgment call that I will congratulate Mr. Cummings for. That is a good thing he did. But again, we want to listen to him where he heading.
Well, today's interaction of Mr. Cummings is being brought simulcast on local stations across the country, on in Truth FM, Puma, and Hard FM, in Cape Mount, Bumming, Banga, Bong, Nima, Bassard. Yeah, it's all over the country. There's Liberians are at home. They are all listening to this interview today. All much ado, let us welcome the Honorable Alexander B. Cummings, standard bearer of the collaborating political parties. Mr. Cummings, good evening from good afternoon, wherever you are. It's good to see you again. And first of all, let me ask you, how's your health?
Thank you, Tomlin. I'm calling in from Monrovia. My health is good. We thank God for that. We always do. And looking forward to a good conversation tonight with you guys. But family health is good. Teresa as well. My 2 young adult children are well. The grandkids are all good. So we are grateful and we thank God. Thanks for asking.
And lastly, how's the Omam? How's the Omam? How's she doing?
She is well. You know, my mother is 95 years old. So she's hanging in there, and we pray for her every day. We've been blessed to have had her this long, and she's okay. Thanks for asking too.
Great. And lastly, before I start the questions, how's the campaign trail? I've been seeing you in a very energetic move. I see you walking and in the rain everywhere. I see you crisscrossing the city everywhere. You look.
Yeah, no, look, we are making a case. You know, it's been like a marathon, right? And we're in the last mile, and that's when you start to sprint. So we are sprinting. We're in communities. We're engaging people. We're handing out fire stickers. We'll be getting outside of Montserrado starting the second half of next week. So we'll be traveling the length and breadth of Liberia. You know, I always say it's up to me, it's up to us to make the case to our people, and then they will decide who they want to lead them. Charlene, as you know, is also on the trail. Kev, thank you for congratulating me. I never knew you would congratulate me, Kev. So thank you for saying something positive. But Charlene is a wonderful example. I think Kev said it well of what we should all want our daughters to grow up to be. And she's smart. She's a lawyer. You know, good values. And she's on her way back from Buchanan, from Bassa, not Buchanan actually. And she'll be returning on Sunday back to the county, and then she and I will start to visit some counties together. So yes, the energy is high. We got, I think it's 46 days to go, and we will work almost every hour of every day until October 8th when campaign starts. And then we will hand it over to the Liberian people to make the decision.
Okay, on this program though, let me say, Ben Senvi, he was in a hospital earlier today, but he's back home now. He's doing well. He will not be with us today, but he extended his regards to you, Mr. Cummings. We would love to be here, but he had to go to the hospital today, and he's back home now, so he won't be off today. But he's watching the show, and we wish you well.
No, we understand that. We pray that Ben recovers well. Let me also say before you start, let me also congratulate Randall Jackson on his birthday. So Randall, happy birthday to you from KMTV. Let me also, I'm sure you guys did this earlier in the week, but let me acknowledge the passing of the two young ladies from the CDC who lost their lives. You know, I did a post that said, you know, when it comes to this kind of situation, we should not politicize it. These women are passionate about their candidate, about their party. We should respect that, and may their soul rest in perpetual peace.
Well, let's get to the show. The Cummings, 46 days to go, and they call you the fixer. The question Liberians are asking, what is Mr. Cummings fixing?
Where do we start with that? We answer that question, Tomlin. Yeah, look, I think nobody will argue with the statement that many things in our country need repair, need fixing. Whether you talk about the educational system, you talk about the healthcare system, you know, you talk about improving infrastructure. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You talk about basic.
Oh, what happened?
In their homes, in their communities. All of these things need to be addressed, from the simple things around security and safety to the complex things around how do you fix the educational system, the healthcare system, you know, the judiciary, etc., etc. So a lot of work to do, but we are prepared. You know, the economy, creating jobs for our people, gentlemen. The most important thing, look, I think you guys all live in America. I think it was Bill Clinton when you talk about the economy is stupid when he was running for election. And when you think about Liberia, even Africa in general, is about how you grow this thing called economy to create jobs, good paying jobs for our people, right? Growing the economy, it will generate the funds and revenue to fix education, to fix infrastructure, to fix healthcare. And if you look at the candidates running, and I'm not being immodest, I think we come best prepared with the skills to fix this thing called the economy, to grow the economy, to create jobs, to attract businesses, to create Liberian businesses. And so, again, very excited about the next 46 days to make my case, and then to leave it to Liberian people to decide who they want to serve them for the next 6 years.
Okay, my second question. We talk to journalists across the country, reporters across the country, and the question they say people are asking across the country is, what are Mr. Cummings' 100-day priorities? What will be his 100-day priorities? The first question they're asking, mainly on the minds of voters that will be voting on October 10th.
Yeah. So there are quite a few things on the list, Tomlin, and we have teams of Liberians working in all of the policy sectors, including the 100-day plan. And so I'll give you a list of the things we're going to address. This is in no particular order because we want to address all of these things in the first 100 days. But we will execute a national youth service program. That's something we're designing now. We're looking at what they do in Ghana and in other countries so we can design ours. But we'll implement that in the first 100 days. We will announce a fund to provide credit for Nigerian businesses, including microcredit from market women. That is something we're going to do in the first 100 days. We will address the sanitation and the trash across Liberia, particularly in Monserrate and Monrovia. It sounds simple, but we want Liberians to see a difference in the first 100 days because, again, this is not one you can argue with. You ride around Monserrate, you ride around Greater Monrovia, you ride around the country, you see piles of trash everywhere. That's something we got to address in the first 100 days. Another simple one, we will address the traffic issue in the first 100 days. It sounds simple, it sounds small, but it will affect productivity. People sitting in traffic for hours. That's something we'll address in the first 100 days. We will make sure we empower the integrity institutions with the right people and the right resources, meaning the Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission, meaning that's the LACC, meaning the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission, meaning the General Auditing. Make sure we got the right people, the right resources, and let them follow the evidence. Let them tell us what we inherited. Let them go audit who's appropriate. I'm seeing this publicly. It is not my role and will not ask them to go audit Tomlin or go audit Kef or Dr. Peabody or anybody. That's not a role, but to empower them, let them execute their constitutional obligation. And wherever the evidence goes to, wherever it goes to. If it goes to my 95-year-old mother, so be it. We will prosecute her. But we'll do that in the first 100 days. So these are just examples of the many things we'll do in the first 100 days. We will make sure we populate the government with most of the key roles with competent Liberians in the first 100 days. That will take place. I often say, Tomlin, that we will leave the inaugural ceremonies that are constitutionally required, and we'll go from there straight to work, because we want to communicate to the Liberians that we got a lot of work to do, that we have to be in a hurry to change our country. And so I want to go to work right after we leave the ceremony to demonstrate that we are serious about this and that we'll work every day, every hour of the day to make sure we're moving our country forward and to set the example for not only the rest of the government officials, but for Liberians across the board, that our country will not change unless we prepare to do the work, make the sacrifice, and do things differently. And we will set that example. We'll set the tone at the top.
Wow, a lot of National Youth Service Program, credit to Liberian businesses, sanitation, traffic issues, and also empower integrity institutions. Well, we'll give Mr. Peabody the chance to go to ask his questions.
Mr. Comey, it's always good to see you. It's a great opportunity to have you on our show again. And I don't know how you do it, but I see you all like here walking and moving this place. I don't know how you do that, but let me ask you a question. Why Mr. Cummings wants to be president? Why is the October election so pivotal? Why you? Why will your presidency be different, Mr. Cummings?
Yeah, thank you, Doc, and good to see you again as well. And you know, I'm blessed to have good health. I'm blessed to have good energy. And by the way, in addition to the blessings, I work at it, meaning I watch what I eat. I eat everything, by the way, but I watch how much I eat. I actually watch when I eat. You know, at my age, you don't want to eat too late. Sometimes you can't help it, right? But I try not to eat too late so you don't go to bed, because then your organs are working overtime. I exercise deliberately. So these things are all important because this job I'm asking for, gentlemen, requires energy, requires health, requires tenacity, persistence. So again, I'm blessed with good genes, but then I also work with it. So Liberians will not just see me running around now, but when I become president, they will see me everywhere, demonstrating by example what I want our country to go. But in terms of why, you know, I want to be president, why I'm asking the Liberian people to give me the opportunity to serve them, because I view this as service, right? I often say, and you guys may have heard this, but it's good to repeat it for those who haven't heard. I've been very blessed in life. And I use that word deliberately. I don't say I've been lucky. Some people say it's luck. I've been blessed. Blessed to be a Liberian, something I'm very proud of. Blessed to have had the parents I had. I didn't pick that God, good values, hard work. My mother used to say hard work, and so she insisted we work hard, we make good grades, good values, you know, integrity, do the right thing, right? That's a blessing. I've been blessed, Doc, to have lived and worked in Nigeria, in Kenya, in South Africa, in the UK, in the US. Lots of experience. I've been blessed to have managed large, complex organizations. The market cap, market value for those who understand that of the Coca-Cola company worldwide, if you Google it on the New York Stock Exchange, is $260 billion US dollars. And a Liberian boy from Point Four was able to rise to top 2-3 executive of that enterprise. When I left, the market value was about 180, 190 billion. So it's grown since I left. But the fact is, it's a big business. So I look at all of these blessings, all of these experiences, and I said to myself, you know, I feel compelled. I have this obligation to try and help the country of my birth, to try and help Liberia, this country I'm very proud of. And so I want to bring these skills, these benefits. Look, it's one thing to care for Liberia, and we all do. And I give everybody running for president the benefit of that we all care for the country. But caring is not enough. You have to care, and then you have to have the experience and skills to fix the things that are ailing our country. So we all care, and I certainly do care, and I understand the challenges of many Liberians, but I have the skills, the experience to fix the thing that is primarily affecting us, and that's this thing called the economy, to bring private sector-led economic growth to Liberia. That's the world I grew up in. That's the world I understand. And I think amongst many things our country is challenged by is this thing: how do we grow the economy? How do we create a private sector? So we reduce this dependence on everything is government. Government in the country you guys live in. The private sector is what drives economic growth, is what creates jobs. It's not the government. Government creates the environment. And we have the completely wrong construct. And this is what I bring. This is what I think the country needs. And this is what I'm committed to doing. And again, I know how to do it. Everybody got an area, right? That's my area. And I know how to make choices, to build teams, to hold people accountable, to measure results, to reward good behavior, consequences for bad behavior, to make choices, not to try to fix everything on day one. You will do nothing well. And those are the skills I bring to our country and why I want a chance to serve our people as their leader.
But the government asked you this question. I don't know, how vindicated do you feel? Like everybody that went against you said the worst thing about you. I'm not going to call the names from the other party. They said this of Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings need to, he fingered the document. Mr. Cummings need to go to jail. All those people are today in some kind of mess. How vindicated do you feel today? I mean, our old people would say, when God on your side, you would then. How vindicated do you feel today to see how those folk who call you by name, who did things and said things about you today, to see the whole house scatter? How vindicated do you feel to become?
You know, Doc, I don't look at it as vindication. You know, change is hard. Change is threatening anywhere in the world. By the way, people are threatened by change. And what I offer, what I want to bring to Liberia is to fundamentally change our country. That message is threatening to the political class. And so it's in some ways it's human nature, and you know, we shouldn't be surprised that people are going to fight it. They will do everything. I mean, I was surprised at the sort of the viciousness and the length that people will go to fight change. And by the way, I didn't take it too personal, because if you were, you know, promoting the change message the way I was, they will be going after you. So it wasn't about me per se, even though I was the victim, if you will. It was about the fact that we want to fundamentally change Liberia, and that message is threatening to the political class, and it came after me. But that's neither here nor there. I don't feel vindicated necessarily. You know, I've never castigated them. I never said bad things about them, because it doesn't matter. It's not about them, it's about me. It's about the Liberian people. The worst thing we can do, gentlemen, is to put somebody in that job, in that presidential job, who wants to use the job to pay back debt, to go after people for slights, for that kind of stuff. That's not my makeup. I'm not wired that way. I move on. When you hold these grudges, gentlemen, I'm older than all of you, so I got life experience. When you hold these grudges, it actually holds you back. The person who do what they do, they kind of move on and not even think about you, and you. Government are built to represent. I want seditionists in there if they qualify. They will have, you know, CPT people in there, ANC, Liberty Party. There will be UP people. The government will have Christian, Muslim, men, women. Because you said something bad, you need to follow the rules. You want to follow the agenda we set for ourselves. Yeah, I accept anybody who wants to apologize to me. But it's not about me. It's about the country, and the change message is what people find threatening. But let's move on. Let's make the case. Let's get the opportunity to lead the country, and we will accept any or all people. I don't want to think about vindication or, you know, punishing somebody. And that's what's kept Liberia back, gentlemen.
Right.
You know, and I want to be a consequential leader. And for me to do that, I gotta be different. I can't hold the same slice. I can't, you know, I'm a proud man from the southeast, from Maryland, Gribble. But I tell the Gribble people, I'm not going to be president of the Gribble people. I'm going to be president of Liberia. I'm a proud Christian, but I'm not going to be president of the Christian people. I'm going to be president of Liberia, which includes Muslims Buddhist, atheists, and all of that. So that's the mental model I think we have to take to this, and so we move on.
Excellent.
Thanks for asking.
Excellent point. Thank
Kev?
Mr. Cummings, how are you, sir? I'll be traveling to Liberia. One of the things I will ask you is to at least let's do some running around. I need to burn some sugar. It's not a question. I just want to throw that. I saw you, exercising, and also Liberia, in order to be president of that country, we do have a president right now who is fit, and I can see you fit, and that's what we need. Somebody who is fit physically. And also I want to, you talk about your achievement in the corporate world, and I would say this: congratulations to you actually achieving and actually earn your money through legally. You earn your money legally. So I want to salute you, because it's not easy in the corporate world, where we are, and you earn your money legally. So I want to salute you for that. But I also disappointed in listening to you when you naming your campaign team. It seemed like you're running the JMB campaign, because I listened to you, nothing was said about the Unity Party. And some folks, a friend of mine, who some of them who were the Unity Party, bragging in the back to some of us that Mr. Cummings is running our campaign. It's actually, I said, how? He said, you're not going to hear Mr. Cummings talking about the Unity Party. He said, listen to Mr. Cummings naming a campaign team. Nothing about the Unity Party. And I listened to it, and I felt disappointed, because it's like you're in a collaboration with the Unity Party, but the Unity Party is not in a collaboration with you. Nothing you said. So I want to play you a tip. I want to know if you agree or disagree with what GMB said. I just want to play you that tip. Studio, can you play that tip with JMB? I just want Mr. Cummings to listen to that, and whether you agree or not.
The presidency is not just that Eddie was president. The ministers. Every time we went to cabinet meeting, at the end of it, Ellen would ask me, Joe, what do you think about it? My answer had always been the same: implementation. We did not implement well.
Why?
We were not. Because you have.
So was he running a one-man show?
You have ministers here who were more concerned about their future, what they will become, than seeing running a government. The thing about it is that no matter what you do, you must know that at one point in time, you will have to leave the stage, but you must leave the stage right enough for somebody else to move it. But there were projects that came to this country that were, the airport, for example, why did we have to rush with it? Because we delayed decisions. Even the president, Ellinger said, was frustrated many times with implementation. We did not take advantage of all of the opportunities. For me, sitting down here, when Nancy Pelosi came to this country and said, Ellen, you led the world, we'll light Liberia. I will pursue that. You have to light Liberia. Who follow up? There were a lot of projects here that could have been implemented. There were people who were willing to help. It wasn't just the president.
So, Joe, what was? I'm sorry, I'll call you Joe. I don't know. I'm getting away.
That's
with
all right.
So, Joe, what was this? What was this thing that was lacking? Was it interference
What was
in
lacking?
family circles? What was
which
lacking?
one? We're not talking about my becoming
Mhm.
president now.
Mhm,
I'm
mhm.
talking about opportunities that we didn't make use of.
Why we didn't
That-
make use of that?
Well,
Uncle
we're talking
Steve,
about
can
the
you take
human
it back?
factor.
Can you take it back?
You-
So I
you
think
see,
it's
once you bring
Cummins,
a
like,
team-
Madam President. Steve, take it back. Okay, Mr. Cummins, do you agree that the last government had a problem of implementation, not using opportunity? Talk about Nancy Pelosi. Do you agree with Jose Imambaka?
So, first of all, Kev, thank you again for acknowledging, the hard work we did to earn our resources and to get to where we got. Thank you for that acknowledgement. And let me use this opportunity to say to our young people, again, you guys are all young compared to me, that, the idea of trying to get quick wealth or taking shortcuts, most of the time you end up in some kind of trouble. A former colleague of yours just, I think entered a plea deal where he pleaded guilty to a crime, right? And, perhaps that's an example of not wanting to do the work, to take the time to earn your wealth, earn your success, and want to take shortcuts. And you have the sort of issues that just happen. What's sad is that, the consequence to the family. So it's not just the individual, right? And the individual should and will pay the price for the crime, and deservedly so, because they stole, they ripped off, they are rogues. But the consequence to the family is what, I feel bad about that. I'm sorry that happens, right? But the bigger point here, beyond any one individual, the bigger point here is hard work, discipline, patience. That's the key to success, not the shortcut. Because now the 10 times you get caught in Liberia, maybe you can get away with it, although in the Cummins administration that will not happen. But again, I just want to thank you for acknowledging that. Then your next question about the UP and not criticizing them, I will come to your implementation question. Look, the reality, Kev, is I'm running to replace President Weah. I'm not running to replace Joseph Boakai. I'm not running to replace the United Party. The United Party is not in power today. And the CDC, President Weah, they have state power. They have state resources. They are the ones today with the constitutional responsibility to lead our country in the right way. And I'm running to replace President Weah, not to replace the former vice president. Having said that, look, there are ways you can criticize people directly, do it indirectly, you can do it overtly, you can do it subliminally. So some of my actions may not be overt, but they are criticisms of what we might be inheriting. I think I've said on this program, Kev, that the choice Liberians have is the way I frame it. Liberians can choose from the past, and you can fill in the blank. Liberians can choose from the present, and you can fill in the blank, or you can choose from a bright future, and you can fill in the blank. That is the choice that Liberians have: past, present, future. And I say that all the time. You can view it as direct criticism or indirect criticism, up to you. But we do criticize when appropriate. But again, I'm not trying to replace Joseph Boakai. I'm trying to replace President Weah as president of our country. On the implementation versus non-implementation, look, what I would say the following. One is Joe Boakai was in that government. He was the number 2 guy in that government. And if you felt the government wasn't performing, maybe you should have left the government. He had a right to resign, to leave. He chose not to. So to come and criticize it now, I think that's being unfair and disingenuous to his former boss. In 2017, by the way, you guys should find a tip somewhere. I don't know. I'm sure it exists. I was asked to rate the Unity Party government. And I said, on a scale of 1 to 10, I think I said, I would give him a 6 or a 7. When President Weah was to rate, yes, and I'm sure people will say that about me when I leave office as well. But again, when you compare this one versus the last one will be better than this one. But Joe was part of that government, so if he didn't think they were implementing, then the Liberian people would take him at his word since he was a part of it. He said he was at the table. He said the man always asked him, and that was his advice. But yet he stayed there for 12 years. So I think Joe answered the question for himself and on behalf of the government himself.
Okay, my second question, Mr. Cummings, let me make this clear. When they asked, I'm glad you brought it up. When they asked the president about the 80%, it was based on peace. It was based on peace. The footage out there is based on peace. A lot of people misquoting the president, not based on what their good job, but they're based on peace. That's what the president talk about, the 80%. But let me ask you this, Mr. Cummings. GMB said I was the last person to leave the room, and I talked to Madam Ellen and all that stuff he talked about, and they're running on some good things of the Unity Party. When you listen to the surrogates, they choose and pick what they want to run on. They run on the good things of Madam Ellen, and they come out. The Stenberg come out and criticize Ellen. We call him ungrateful. The president called him ungrateful. We know he's ungrateful. I don't know if you want to be some diplomatic here, but is Joseph Yuma Boakai ungrateful because he benefited. He running on Unity Party, but his last interview. I guess you listened to it because you had him the morning show on that same station. But he actually attacking. When you listen to him, but you know what? Let me ask you this. According to Joseph Yuma Boakai, the Unity Party 12 years was a failure. Do you believe that Unity Party was a failure? Because according to Joseph Yuma Boakai, the Unity Party 12 years was a failure. That's what he said. They didn't listen to Nancy Pelosi. They didn't listen to nothing. Matter of fact, he said ministers were not doing the job. They're there for themselves. So he criticized the entire government. And according to Joseph Yuma Boakai, they were a failure. The 12 years. Do you believe the party were a failure?
Yeah. So, Kev, you asked sort of multiple questions, and I'll try to answer all of them.
Thank you, sir.
One is Yeah, I do think Joe is being ungrateful, and the answer is yes to that question, right? So I don't know if you consider that a diplomatic answer or not, but
Yeah,
because
I think it's a straight answer.
because
I commend you for that.
because he did serve 12 years in that government. He could have left at any time. My understanding is he was delegated multiple tasks to perform. So to turn around now, after being a part, the last person in the room, to turn around now and say the government was a failure, that means he was a failure. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot pick and choose. You are either part of it and take the blame if you say it was a failure, or you are part of it and then you declare it worked, it was a credit, but you can't have it both ways. So I agree with that first assertion. I do not agree that the Unity Party government unnecessarily was a failure. So I'll also be direct in that answer. I do not believe it was a failure. I think they inherited a situation from the Taylor years, the interim government, where they had to rebuild everything from scratch. Look, when you're building a house, nobody sees the work that goes into the foundation. Particularly if you're building on in a swamp, which is what Liberia was at the time, when nothing, it was all murky. And I think the last government built the foundation, implemented some things that we could see and feel. And so I do not agree that it was a failure. Were there things they could have done better and different? Yes. Were there things they could have, Mr. Selu said, I believe, the Ghana president, that, the whole area of reconciliation, I think the educational system, in her last State Union address, she called out something that she could have done better. She admitted that. And that's a sign of a good leader, by the way, to admit, to not only take credit for what you do, but admit what you didn't do. So yes, I think Joe was ungrateful. No, I don't think that administration was a failure. Direct answer to your question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Cummings, we have our sister Jackie with us, but she keeps going in and out, so I don't know. But
it looks like she's in a car or something.
Yeah. Also want to welcome Robert Gagwa, one of our guest panelists. He's an independent of free thinker, so he's always with us here. Robert, welcome. Mr. Cummings, before I go to Robert, there's an issue about the issue on drugs, the war on drugs, and this Cooch issue, the epidemic about the issue. This thing is affecting our country, and this is a main issue that's driving people to the polls. Some of the reasons why, when you ask people around the country why they what will be they were going to be voting for on October 10, they tell you with the economy, and then number two, they talk about jobs and so, but they also talk about the issue about under Cooch, the drugs issue. That today we have people that have our brothers and sisters that have been affected by this epidemic. That's going to affect our country, because our country's future. Right now, is from what I was told by people, is all over the country, 15 counties, and it is growing. Tell us, the Liberian people, your plan about to put this to address this situation if you become president.
Yeah, Tomlin, thanks again. Look, when I ran for this same office in 2017, if I visited, say, 10 communities, the subject of drugs maybe came up in 2 of the 10 communities, or 3 at the most. They were asked about drugs and the drug issue. Today, there's almost literally not a community I visit or a town hall meeting I have, or I visit an intellectual center. There is literally not a time when this drug issue doesn't come up. And what that says to me is that the problem has clearly gotten worse, and it's happening all over the country to varying degrees, but it's happening everywhere, because I promise you, everywhere I go, I get this question about drugs. That means it's gotten worse over the last 5, 7 years. But this is what we need to do. One is we need to stop the drugs from coming into Liberia. That means, those people bringing it in, is alleged that some big hands in government are benefiting. I don't know. I use the word alleged deliberately. But whatever it is, we got to stop the drugs from coming in. And those people who are bringing it in got to be punished, can be captured, prosecuted, and punished. But we've got to stop the drugs from coming in. We got to make sure our customs people, our police people, our immigration people, they are equipped. They are paid a living wage. They are monitored to stop the drugs from coming in. We got to make sure we're working with our neighboring countries so it doesn't come across the land borders. We got to make sure at the airport, with the planes coming in, the flights, we got to make sure we stop the drugs from coming to the country. So again, we got to stop the supply side of drugs. That's one. Two, we got to work to reduce the demand side. What that means is we got to take the young people off the streets and we got to rehabilitate them. We got to work with church and church groups and other NGOs. That it's not just the government, although the government has to lead the effort. But there are a lot of institutions today that are trying to address this issue of rehabilitation. We got to work with them. We got to strengthen them. We got to support them. And we got to do, as a government, we got to do stuff about rehabilitating the young people, giving them some skills. And then it comes back to this job creation, this growing the economy, right? These things are all circular. They all fit together so that we can reduce the hopelessness, the helplessness that lead people to taking drugs. When they have skills, when they have a job to go to, you reduce the hopelessness, the helplessness, and therefore you reduce the demand for drugs. So reducing the supply coming in, the demand is how we address this issue. We've got to do it societally. And the government needs to lead it, but we need to work with other institutions, other civil society organizations to help us work together to rehabilitate these young people, men and women, mostly men, give them skills. And again, as we grow the economy, as we create jobs, they will have jobs to go to and we reduce the helplessness and hopelessness. That is one of the fuels for this very challenging issue, but it affects many families around the country, and that's something that we need to address.
Okay, for program note, Mr. Cummings he came here on time. He was here on time, so he has a very tight schedule. Because of that, I will let we ask one question again because people want to also call into also asking questions. That question to Mr. Cummings. So I will stop there and allow Jackie to come in with her first question. Jackie, you can't hear you. Jackie, we can't hear you. Okay. We can't hear you, Jackie. Then let Robert come in. Robert, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Cummings, it's great to be on. It's great to see you. It's been a while. I have not seen or had the opportunity to interact with you. But let me get right to it. I often tell folks that I truly admire you. And I tell people all the time, as a young man, it's no easy fit, working in a foreign land and getting to the level that you have. And I think that for professionals in and out of Liberia, I think that's something that is inspiring, especially when most of our public servants have basically erased themselves at the expense of poor and poor Liberians. But there was something that you said in 2017 with regards to doing the same thing over and over and somehow expecting different results, right? And one of my disappointments with you has been, from my perspective, your inability to some extent to really and truly, start this revolution where we can add perhaps 1 million new voters on board, or perhaps recruit people, who have not perhaps been part of the problems. And many have questioned your statement with regards to the folks that you've recruited. So I want to give you an opportunity to really respond. How do you respond to critics who feel as though you have contradicted yourself per some of the recruitments you've made to your own team.
Thanks, Robert, and it is good to see you again as well. Look, I don't see any contradictions in my favorite quote, quoting Albert Einstein: "You can't keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results." And let me tell you why I don't see any contradictions, for several reasons. One is all the people who are supporting me and are part of the team are very clear that when we are opportune to take state power, that we will do things differently. They will have to comply by the rules and regulations and the Constitution of Liberia. And so that clarity is there. That understanding is there. And I also say to people is that you have to meet the country where it is before you can change it. If you want to stand out and be a completely purist, you will never get to lead any country because the country is not purist. The country is what I usually use my hands to illustrate. If the country is sitting here and you're sitting over here trying to be Mr. or Miss Purist, you will never get, you got to meet the country where it is and move the country to where it needs to go. And so the teams we put together comprise people who are in the political class and people who are just political. Democratic people come to power. They bring in new people into government, and they bring some people from the last Democratic administration. They see with the Republicans. They bring in some new Republicans, fresh faces into the government, and they bring some veterans from prior Republican administrations. This is the reality. We can't be puritanical until you beat all the new people, all the pure people. It will not work. You will never get to lead the people because people also got to recognize people they kind of know, they're familiar with. This is why the political class is fighting me, because I do offer something very different. And for those in that class who are willing to come and help, know we want to change, because they know themselves that the process and systems in the past, when one adhered to, it didn't work. So I make no apologies for people coming to join me, coming to support me, because it represents Liberia. It represents good Liberia, and it represents bad Liberia. And I'll become president of all Liberians, the good and the bad, and we try to make most Liberians good as we start the journey of transforming our country.
Thank you. Just to follow up, and I'm glad you answered that question, Tomalin. This is very, very important to me, and because I think this is in my area of expertise. Now, you have been saying that this guy, many Liberians believe, has what it takes to create and revamp the private sector. I think that's very, very key. For many years, government has been the highest employer in our country, and it's about time we change that, right? We need college graduates to go out there and find jobs when they graduate college, and we need high school graduates to understand the importance of higher education, right? That there are benefits to that. Tourism, I believe, tourism and agriculture, I believe, are two key sectors. If properly looked at and invested in, we can create thousands of jobs. I've briefly heard about your ecotourism plan. What plan, I won't say the first 90 days, but perhaps in the first 3 years, do you have in regards to tourism, the kind of investments that we need, getting the right experts on board? What kind of plans do you have to truly look at our tourism sector, to really see it, growing like we see in Jamaica, St. Thomas, and other places across, that we have better resources then?
So, yes, Robert, you've done some research, which is not surprising, and that our platform, we talk about ecotourism, we talk about agriculture, and we talk about specifics within those, all the sectors, education, healthcare. But to answer your question on tourism, and I use the word ecotourism deliberately, Robert, because we do not have the infrastructure today for what I call 5-star tourism. The gorgeous hotels and restaurants and beaches. And we got the beaches, but we don't have the infrastructure for 5-star tourism. So when you use the word ecotourism, people know they're coming to kind of rough it out, Kino Rise, surfing on the beach, in the rainforest, going to the falls, etc. They want to experience the ecology of the country and not looking for 5-star tourism. So we're deliberate about that. We also believe that we got to start small. We got to create what I call tourist oasis. So we got to build something, for example, around Pathway Falls, where people can come, go visit there, and build some infrastructure around there, because we can't do it in the whole country right away. Or Robertsport. As you probably know, Robertsport is one of the top 5 surfing locations in the world. We need to build around that as a start, getting the infrastructure for people to come, the place for them to live, the place for them to eat, to rent the surfboards, all of those things, build around those. And the other examples of that, we will start small. We will build these oases for ecotourism. We need to look at our massive rainforest. What can we do there to attract tourists, right? And build the eco. And then over time, the whole country will gravitate towards the tourists. We got to look at the airport. If you've been to Liberia recently, the airport, I don't know, I guess it's 5-6 years old. The baggage claim area, complete disorganization. Those simple things make the right impression when people come into our country. Those kind of things, simple, we got to fix. That again will help with the tourists. But we got to build the infrastructure. We'll build it slowly. We'll build oasis. Some examples I just gave you, and then over time, we will build a strong tourism because it creates jobs. It creates service-oriented jobs. It's easy to teach people to provide service. Then it takes longer to teach them to be electricians and plumbers and carpenters. We need to do that too, but that takes longer. It's easier to teach them to serve and create jobs right away. And that's why tourism is. It brings foreign capital into the country. It will bring dollars and euros, right? Strengthen the Liberian dollar. All kinds of benefits of tourism. So we'll focus on it, we'll invest in it, and we'll start by building these oases around the country.
Thank you.
Okay, Jackie, are you ready? Jackie, we can't hear you.
Yeah, Jackie, I can't hear you.
Oh, okay, because of time, with the comments guy, you don't have much time as well. Take calls. So we'll go to Peabody until Jackie she becomes audible. Peabody, go ahead.
There's a comment in the wake of the election violence. We have seen supporters from Jeremiah Coon the other day attacking folks from the CDC. We did see the Unity Party's another attack. We recently witnessed your billboard been torn apart. What will you say to that? What advice will you give the Liberians, or what do you hope to see in this?
Yeah, I express disappointment, and I want to, in this very public manner, this very public fashion, I want to say to the Liberian people, I want to say to the partisans of the CPP, the Liberty Party and ANC, that we will not accept, we will not tolerate any form of violence. I think people know that. I think people understand my standards. This is why I'm very careful about my choice of words. I'm very careful about my behavior. As the leader, you set the tone. You set the example. People listen to what you say and they see and follow what you do. And so I am emphatic, I am clear that I don't want the presidency of Liberia at the expense of any Liberian person's life. Very clear. And I think the partisans of the CPP understand that. One. The second thing I would say to you is that we are committed to the Farmington Declaration, and we will live up to the letter and law of that. The third thing I would say is that the president of Liberia has the constitutional obligations to do everything in his power to make sure these elections are free, fair, transparent, and violence-free. He has the constitutional obligation, the constitutional authority. He has the resources. The police reports to him. The entire national security apparatus reports to him. the National Elections Commission he appointed. So it is his obligation, it is his commitment, his constitutional duty to make sure it happens. I would say to everybody else in opposition, the Unity Party people, nobody has a divine right to lead our country. We all have to earn it. Nobody has the right to hurt or violate anybody else's right. So I ask the leadership of all political institutions, Unity Party, CDC, LPP, everybody else, let's remember our recent history. Let's not go down that path. And I condemn any and all violence, whether perpetrated by the Unity Party in this case, or by the CDC, or whomever. It is unacceptable, and we should all be intolerant of that. It's not worth it to lose a Liberian life for this job. We can do it in a civil way. We can make our case. We can debate. We can argue. We can have different points of view. We should have different points of view, and then let the Liberian people decide who they want to lead them. I want to remind President Weah and the CDC-led government again, because they're in charge, not picking on them. They are in charge. The elections need to be free, fair, transparent. The unraveling of Liberia began in '85. It didn't happen right away, but that's where the unraveling began. Let's not repeat that. Let the election be free, fair, and transparent. He has the authority. He has the responsibility. He has the resources. He appointed all 7 commissioners. It's his responsibility to make sure the elections are free, fair, and transparent. So that's my response to that.
Thank you. Timothy?
Yeah, Kev.
Mr. Cummings, I will speak. What about to say? I will speak to you as deputy spokesman diaspora for the CDC campaign team. I will say this to you. This election will be free and fair. This election will be conducted by NEC through what is in place. There is no record to show from this government or violence in this election. This election will be 100% free and fair, because that's what this president wants to see. That will be his legacy, to conduct a free and fair election under his watch. How I know that? Because I know what he said. I know his belief. That's what he wants. He wants for Liberia. So he's a peaceful man. He loves peace. He wants peace in Liberia, because his record, the president record shows that he always wants peace, because during our war, he left the comfort of his bed and came to Liberia, and he disarmed and our children. The records are there. So this president will always want peace. So he will never stand in the way of peace, because he's a peaceful man. Some of us that know him know he always speak of peace. That's what he wants. But let me ask you this question. Recently, you followed the print media and of Front Page Africa. I think you saw it. I think it was the Friday edition, when you saw a young man, a sedition, was killed in Nimba. According to Front Page Africa, and according to what we know, it was from a relative of the Vice Tenor of the Unity Party. Investigations are going on as we speak. he's dead. The newspaper, Kerry, I think you saw the front page of Africa. It's there clear. I don't know if our guys do have it in the back to show it to people who don't see it. He was killed. And then a video that shows, I think about 2 weeks ago, that the Unity Party folks left the headquarters, went to Vamoma, and attacked sedition. I will be glad to send you that tape so you can see it yourself. Because of time, we will not hold you here to play. And this is an attack from the Unity Party. Over and over, another tape that shows, you see them, a young lady that a couple of years ago and slapped one of our late partisans called Christmas, showing again another tape that she went and slapped from the Unity Party, a sedition. But the government is pursuing it legally, not sending people on the streets. That shows how this president wants peace, not going on the rampage. We're gonna bury this young man. We're gonna bury this young man, and we just lost some of our sisters in accident. But again, we're gonna bury this young man. But from the Unity Party, I'm asking you this. You saw the front page Africa. Will you condemn the Unity Party government? Sorry, Unity Party, the Unity Party. Let me don't say Unity Party government. Will you condemn the Unity Party for orchestrating violence in our country? In our country. And let me just finish with Mr. Cummings. One thing, I don't know if you guys observed that. The Unity Party are going around taking posters out from us. They're going around. When you put your banner, you put your poster, they will take it out. They're doing it every day, every single day. They have videos, recording, and everything. As a standard bearer of the CPP, will you condemn the Unity Party?
I condemn any political party, including the Unity Party, but any political party that is committing violence. If it is proven that, because again in Liberia you gotta be careful. That's why always when I don't have the facts kept, I'll say it's alleged. If the allegations are proven to be true, I condemn the Unity Party. Absolutely. I don't care who you are. If these allegations are true, and it's indeed a Unity Party partisan or a Jeremiah Coons nephew or whatever relative that did this, he should be condemned. The party should be condemned, etc., etc. So the answer is yes. But let me also say the following though, because you made a statement about free, fair, and peaceful elections, and I would say I hope you are correct. I hope it happens as you just articulated. But there's a saying I like. They say the best predictor of future behavior or future performance is past behavior, past performance, right? So whether it's the CDC carrying coffin of GMB in the streets, which is provocative, or what they did in the past, when Madam Sali was president, the ANC was formed. It's a spin-off of the CDC. If you notice, after what happened in Tottenham, where there was violence at a CDC convention. So there's a history here. I hope you're right. If you look at the Election Commission, again, these are just facts. The president, let me just make clear, the president has the constitutional right to appoint all 7 commissioners. But the last government, in the interest of at least the appearance of fairness, balance, she allowed the opposition to nominate 3 of the 7 commissioners. So today, the current chair, as you know, was nominated by the CDC back then when in opposition. The president refused to follow that practice. So again, at least it is the perception that is a partisan commission. It may not be, the actions may be different, But those things are not unimportant as we think about free, fair, and impartial elections. So we will be vigilant. We will watch. We will monitor. We'll try to build the infrastructure. It's expensive to monitor, to poll watch. And I hope you're right in your assertion, Kev. I hope you're right. But you know, I think the country. Let me finish. The country you live in, there was a former president who used to say, you know, trust but verify. I won't even say trust. I would say we will verify that the elections are free, fair, and transparent. But I hope you're right. I really do, because that would be right for the country to happen.
Yeah, well, you were head of CPP. You were head of CPP. By the way, let me say that to you. Under your regime and as CPP, when you guys were together, you did a good job. That will be on your record. But as a head of CPP, we had an election. It was under your watch. Under your watch, as a head of CPP, we had election. It was transparent. It was good, and you won a lot of seats because through you. So at least you can take that as part of your record. That as a head of CPP, what you did for CPP before some of your people went away. But as a head of CPP, under your watch,
okay,
you won a lot of seats. So at least you can commend.
Yeah,
you can commend next for that. Yeah,
Kev, I think that's fair. By the way, again, I like to be fair and balanced. I think that's fair. That's a fair comment assertion. But the only difference now, though, Kev, is the president wasn't on the ballot then 9 years. That's a fact. That's not a self-interest, right? So that is a big difference. The president was not on the ballot.
It's a sim deck. It's a sim deck.
Okay, Mr. Cummings, as I said, he have a very tight schedule. Jackie, if you're ready, just squeeze your
Can you hear me though?
Yeah, we can
Jackie,
hear you now.
we can hear you now.
So squeeze
All
it.
right. I don't know. StreamYard, the app is doing something funny with my phone. That's why I keep going in and out. So my apologies. I'm not at my regular station during the show. Once again, welcome, Mr. Cummings, to the closing argument. First, I want to say I'm so surprised, Mr. Cummings, you've been in politics for 7 years now, and you allow Kev to spill propaganda. Things are not 100% accurate. Even the interview with that he showed with former Vice President Joseph Boyka, and even now what he's saying, but it's not what he's saying, but it's how you're responding to him, which is not right. You said you agree with him. You said JMB, former Ambassador Boyka, was ungrateful. Then you're saying now, I hope you are right. You hope he is right to what? That all these things he's saying, I think you should have found a different way to respond, because you don't know what Kev is saying is accurate. And plus that video that he showed, that was an interview that was done, but it's not the entire interview in the context of which Ambassador Boyka answered the question. You don't know as well. So you shouldn't have responded to Kev in the way you responded. I hope this is a lesson learned for you going forward. Not everybody that's propaganda all the time.
Jackie,
Be
can ask
careful
the
how you
question.
answer
What are
questions.
against time? Jackie,
Let me finish, Tomalin.
Well, Jackie, we have a time. Jackie, no, we have a time. Honestly,
Yeah, but
ask the
don't
question.
interrupt me. Never interrupted Kev. You should have
Because
told Kev the
it's
same
time.
thing.
We have a time. Ask the
So,
question.
Tomlin, I'll finish.
Tomalin, you should have interrupted Kev then when I came
Jackie,
on. Don't do this to me.
No, we're not going to defend people. Ask the question. Let's move on time.
No. You will not do this to me. Mr. Cummings is very patient here. And don't do that to me again. You didn't interrupt Kev.
Because
So
of his time.
I'm just saying, going forward, I just hope you will be careful and don't allow yourself to fall in the trap when such questions are being asked. Because the truth is, United Party, Madam Sirleaf herself, has also critiqued her government, even in her annual speeches, and it is the right of the VP to do so. But again, there was...
Guys, in studio, you guys get ready for the call. We'll start taking calls after Jackie's
Jackie gone off again. Jackie, you should be.
guys.
So let me just say, she gone up again, that Jackie, don't don't try to tell me what to do or how to interpret questions.
Exactly.
That is not your place.
Exactly.
I've been around the block. I am not a kid. I was deliberate in my answer. I'm familiar with the interview. So, please, let's be mutually respectful here of each other. I respect you. Please respect me and my judgment and my calls, and don't try to correct me or tell me what to do or what to say.
Okay, guys, let's start taking the calls.
Yeah, let's go to the phone line.
Let's go. Henry, where's you guys? You start taking calls. You have short time here. Let's take about five calls, please.
Wait, if the comment willing to take that, if we have.
Yes, let's take about 5 calls. I got a 10 o'clock here, but I can stress it. I will send a message.
Okay.
Well, folks, thanks for following the closing argument. Tonight, we have as our prime guest the standard bearer of the Collaborating Political Parties, Mr. Arizona Benedict Cummings. He's our guest tonight on the show. So to call, you can place a call on 0778 0208 or 0770 020952 088 0888 020952 0888 020952. This first caller. Good evening. Good evening. Caller, go ahead. You're live. Hello?
Yes, hello?
Yeah, quickly. We don't have time.
Yes. Thank you so much. My name is J.D. Samukai. I'm going to Ghana.
Go ahead.
I'd like to see a very for explaining what I think is good, but I don't support him for president. That is from those people. And I wish him well, but I don't support him. It's just that sometimes I wonder how we have kept on the show why his friends are making logical input everything is put down.
Yeah, I can understand.
0778 754813. Hello, caller, you're live. Go ahead. Hello? This caller from overseas. Hello, caller, go ahead.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, quickly.
Hello?
Yes, you're live. You're live. Go ahead.
I'm not understanding what he's saying. What can you somebody tell me what he said?
I'm not understanding. I don't
Yes. So basically, you were talking about Kev Hassan asking question to make you to dissent on the former vice president in a manner in which he, Kev, wanted to do, rather than asking you what you're going to do.
Okay. So
Yeah, caller, go ahead. You're live.
The same reaction.
Evening to my panelist and to be a three-man political leader, Alexander Bele Cummings, comes from Ontario, our next president. By the way, the introduction, I'm also E.F. Kamara, one is great server of TPP. We believe our political leader is philosophy and ideology to consult this our country for a decade of years. We have been in better with it and bad system of governance system. Mr. Elizabeth Bele Cummings, today, many Liberians are listening from SOC and why for Liberians and meaningful Liberians, we know what you stand for. You stand for the better of this country and Liberia will be a better administration under your regime. And all the followers, we are free from violence and we are white people. We believe the kind of leadership we have. And we believe the men who want to transform this country. There are a lot of challenges that we have faced with. All this past 9 months administration we have. We have them, our political leader character, and we stood for 8 months. 8 consecutive months for 50 and future life. After because it's not that easy. Our political people will leave this country for many decades of years.
Thank you very much. Let's visit this person from Minnesota. Call on your line. Go ahead.
President,
I'm a first also a proud but I have a question of her. Last time the Trump said no president, he was actually a central government. A lot of things have been worried, right? We don't audio that he has audio body and one of these. So I want to know what is the network for the government in the house system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you limit? What was the question so I can make a note?
You want to know your net worth in terms of dollars and cents. Your worth.
Oh, my net worth.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Kev know that no more. Kev can tell him.
I think you should keep it.
We have a whole lot of people calling from overseas, so let's take some calls from overseas. Hello, caller, you're live. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening to the studio guest, Mr. Alexander Bele Cummings. This is Lane from Norway. I just want to call to Mr. Cummings that the job is already done, and that the rest people know what it is, and they are waiting for towards it. So we're going to report to make a decision. So don't get carried away by all of the distractions, everything that people are saying. And I don't understand why we are not to tell how to answer questions when this man is well knowledgeable of what's going on. So I just want to urge you to focus as we are focusing on what comes important.
Thank you very much.
Can you also, because again I'm having problem understanding.
Let's go to True FM. I think it's
yeah. So the caller was actually commending you, and I think he's one of your supporters. So he's telling you that you shouldn't bother with other issues.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So Henry, go ahead.
Well, folks, you've been following very closely. It's now time that you place in your call to form part of the discussion here on the closing argument. The phone already start ringing. So this caller, hello. Hello. How are you? Go ahead.
And I want to say so the money is doing this. That's just not and I want to say to you tonight that the parliament is because electing is the fully stamp to again. We are ready for the change. I just want to comments tonight for the show. You know, everything media was on point and all of the questions you attended so well. So we are so because some people think we are ready to elect the president as a Muslim council.
Okay. Thank you so much. That because more caller 086 32 72 67. To this caller, hello. How are you?
Yeah.
Your name? And where you join us?
My name is Ali Ustadi. I join you from Central Monrovia. And let me say good evening to Mr. Combs, the next president of the Republic of Nigeria. And for some of us who had believed that Mr. Combs is the best person for Nigeria. And recently, we were vindicated by a survey that shows out clearly that more than 50% of the Liberian people believe that Mr. Kumi is the right man for the job. So it is our appeal to those majority of the people who believe that Mr. Kumi is the right man for the job to give him this privilege to serve this country in favor for the public, because it is time that our country experience real change. So we appreciate the leadership of Mr. Cummings, the leadership he has demonstrated over the time. We saw his leadership in the CPP. We have seen his leadership in the current CPP. And we have seen how intentional he is about his vision for this country and the choice that he can deliver. Thank you very much, Mr. Cummings, will remain by you solid.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. 077701765 086 32 72 67. To this caller, hello. How are you?
That's the last call, please. The last call. So Mr. Cummings, guys, you have to leave.
Oh, my man, hello. You call to tell who is the head for the show. Call to make an import.
Yeah.
My man, can keep on the line. Let's take maybe just 2 more, and then we'll call you up there. So let's call hello. How are you?
I'm okay.
Go ahead. From where you join us?
Thank you for having me on the show, and let me appreciate you. My name is Andrew Moses. Let us still forget about between. Just conversation on this respect. You know, I'm not going to be one of those people who will be putting Mr. Kumi in the one is the next president for Nigeria. No. Mr. Kumi cannot be the next president because for the fact that when Coca-Cola, you start them on being a former employee before you rise to an executive level. But you feel like you are the thing you have the generation to do. So what you just do, the only position you want
Go to the point.
Okay, that's too much. It's enough. It's enough. Yes, it's enough. It's enough.
I think that's it.
Yeah. But the comments, one last person want the last caller. Go ahead, caller.
I have a caller.
Go ahead, caller.
Okay, everybody should mute.
I don't have a political party, but I'm impressed every time I listen to you that your blueprint, I think you are one of the only candidates that has a blueprint and you speak it out. If only the Liberian people would listen. And I have a message for Jackie too. Jackie will understand that you are the only lady on the show. And when they do respect you, sometimes you it was JMB on that platform, you would not do the disrespect that you did to Mr. Comey. This is a man that is running also to be president. So the same level of respect that you have for JMB, you should show it to him too. We should respect all of them. And Mr. Cummings, I do not have a political party. But after today, I think I'm going to call Theodore Gibson. And I think I'm going to be an ANC person. You are very impressive. And I wish Liberian people could listen to you more and listen with comprehension to understand your blueprint, because it is well set and the public should listen to it. I have seen you and your wife. I watched your video, the way you travel through those cities. Your wife is by you. That's what a presidential candidate is supposed to do. I don't see that in Unity Party. I don't see that in some of the other party. And you cannot have a president without a first lady that is hand to hand with the president. So I am very impressive, and kudos to you. And I look forward to seeing you be the next president. If Liberia has any sense, they will vote for you. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cummings, you can answer the question and do your part of comments.
I have a question. There's somebody on the phone. Somebody. I said it earlier. I said somebody called to ask Mr. Cummings a question.
Okay.
We out of time. Mr. Cummings got to go.
Time running against
Abu, go ahead and talk.
Thank you for the opportunity. This is Abu Kamara, and I joined from Monrovia. I'm actually constrained to call and listen to Mr. Cummings. Anybody who wants to be the
His phone is going in and out.
Cummings, please get your parting comments. Answer the question that was asked.
Right.
The callers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there weren't many questions actually. People just offering statements and points of view. There was some Unity Party people criticizing me for my comments. There was a question about my net worth, and I think people can speculate. They can go online, and there are different numbers out there. I want to thank those who called, who were supportive. Thank you for that. But let me close by saying the following: that I pray and hope that these elections are free, fair, transparent, and peaceful. We will spend the next 46 days with Councilor Bronstein and myself, and the CPP leadership and our legislative candidates will tell the breadth of our country to make our case to the Liberian people, to give us the chance to serve them. As I before, this is clear. There are many people running, but there are three primary choices. Liberians can choose from the past, they can choose from the present, or they can choose a bright future. And I trust the judgment of our people. They will make the right call as to who they want to lead them, and we'll all live with the consequence or benefit of that decision. But I'm confident that with the level of work we're doing, with our messaging, with our clear plan for reviving the economy of this country and creating jobs, investing in agriculture, investing in ecotourism, fixing infrastructure, I'm very confident Liberians will make the right decision, and they will choose Alexander Cummings and Councilor Charlie Bronstein to lead our country into a new era of prosperity, of restored governance, and of private sector-led economic growth. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank you for your good questions, and I look forward to coming back at least twice more before October 8th. So thank you, Tomlin. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Kev. Thank you, Doc. We appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you for taking the time to come and address issues and tell the Liberian people your vision for Liberia. You are successful to become president. I want to wish you best wishes on the campaign trail. Good luck, and regards to your family, and also your mother. I love to see you and your mother together. I really admire you together. And God bless you. And good night. Thank you.
God bless you, Mr. Cummings. Wish you all the best.
Oh man, there was a video that.
Well, guys, we just had the time. We were time constrained. The Cummings came on time. To his credit, he came on time, and he came on time for this program. We announced it. Everybody was aware. He was coming today, and he came and he answered the questions that he was asked, and he shared his vision for Liberia, and it's up to Liberian people to go to the polls in 46 days and make the decision. So we'll not just do some post analysis about his interview today. And Peabody, will start with you. What are your thoughts about Mr. Cummings' appearance tonight?
Look, man, let me say this, gentlemen. Mr. Cummings, as I said prior to him coming on, I think Mr. Cummings knows exactly what he wants. He has been very consistent with his message when it comes to creating jobs, fighting corruption, when it comes to uniting Liberia. One thing I learned from him today, and I put that in the back of my mind, he said, if you hold grudge will hold you back. I will keep that on my decks, and I will keep it, and I will let people know when we talk about those who went after him, those who try to persecute him and everything, and yet and still he said that. He said, because you want to move on, you want to move forward. And I think Mr. Cummings knew exactly what he was saying. He had Liberia. Look at Coca-Cola, the worth of Coca-Cola today. When he was there, it was about 188 billion. Today, Coca-Cola is going to 288 billion. But I think Mr. Cummings knows exactly the message has not changed. It has been consistent. And I believe, and I applaud him coming up and talking about recognizing one who work in a government and condemn the government. That means he's part of the failure as well. And I think he was very strong today. And the CPP should be very, very proud that they have a leader who knows exactly what he wants when it comes to leading Liberia. I think he did an excellent job.
Good. Kev, what are your thoughts about Mr. Cummings his time he spent with us tonight and sharing his vision for Liberia with the people of Liberia? What's your thoughts about the whole interview?
Yeah, Mr. Cummings did what he had to do. But one thing I got from Mr. Cummings that he is not dignifying the Unity Party folks. I think he feels that he's there. He want to take the debate to a different standard. So he's not dignifying the Unity Party folks. And I think it's a good thing for us to take the debate. I've shared that belief. I believe that the debate should be CDC and CPP. You see what we did today. We had a good debate, and we thought that's what I think the debate should be, but not with the Unity Party, because the disrespect tone of the Unity Party folks towards good people, that is the problem we have in our society, and I can say Mr. Cummings is a smart, sensible man and a decent man. To say that Mr. Cummings taking things, everything that I play, Mr. Cummings heard that before. He understand. He know. Mr. Cummings been in the country for long. He understand that JMB was a vice president. He had agriculture ministry, youth and sport that were assigned. He is being ungrateful, and I will commend Mr. Cummings to coming out boldly to talk about how ungrateful Joseph Human Boakai is, and that's a fact. How can the president believe that? Mr. Cummings also believe that they are not in the same party. This man is ungrateful. It's ungrateful. And I salute Mr. Cummings for being bold. If we want to take Liberia to the next stage, you got to be bold. You got to be bold. We don't play that games anymore. That games Unity Party playing, we're not going to play that games anymore. So I salute Mr. Cummings for being bold. That Mr. Cummings he's way experienced than me. He been on the world stage than me. I'm nothing. So Mr. Cummings cannot take my word. Cannot take my word. No. Everything I play, Mr. Cummings know about it. So he judging on what he knows. But to come and say, oh, you listen to Kev, I think disrespectful in the high places. And that's what unity parties always do, to disrespect people. You want to disrespect Dillon that is empty-headed. Disrespect people that sit in the car and drink while they're going to rally. You want to disrespect corn man, American healthcare system. Do not disrespect people that work hard for the money. No, don't do that.
Robert, you joined us and you interacted with Mr. Cummings, and I think you asked a very great question. What's your thought about him after this interview? I mean, time was short, but at least you managed to put in some question that was many people are telling me it was a good question. So, what's your thoughts about his interview?
Tomole, thank you. I think you do a fascinating job with moderating this show, not to interrupt people and allow people to chime in here and there. And so, thank you so much. I was mad at myself for not coming on early. In fact, I didn't think that it would have started. Did it start at 4:30 on the dot?
Yeah, 4:30.
Wow, man.
I didn't think coming behind.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like 5 o'clock, you know. So
I
have plenty of questions, yeah, my man. I wrote my question down, but I'm sure that he will have another opportunity for him to come back. But look, I thought that he was well articulate. He articulated his issues. I mean, obviously, we don't have much time. That's why these websites are very important for candidates, so that we can go on there, read in details what it is that they plan. I really wanted him to expand a bit on tourism. I like the idea that he talked about starting ecotourism, and people have to understand it's a lot different from just running straight to tourism, right? And so I like the fact that he expanded on that a little bit. The piece, though, that I think is important, and I'm sure that they will eventually recruit the right people, is this piece of tourism and education reform working in hand, right, Tomolin? Because we have to eventually change our curriculum, right? We have to ensure that as we open up these beaches, these resorts, and expanding the industry, we have to ensure that we have the human capacity that are getting the kind of education and the training technically that are needed, right? So we got to start with some 6-month certificate, 2 years associate degree, hotel management, entrance level. I mean, there's a whole component to that blueprint, right? And so hopefully we get that chance to have these kinds of conversations. But I thought he was great with regards to that. I was going to ask him, though, Tomolin, you know, because he's going to be faced with tough decisions. You know, remember in 2017, Doc, the Unity Party people still feel a certain way because Cummings did not publicly support the Unity Party in the runoff, right? And they felt like had he done that, that would have been a strategy for them to support him now. I mean, I don't really believe that, but I wonder what he's going to do in the runoff. I know he's in it to win it. And if he goes to the runoff, you have to unify the base. And I will say this: I think that the CPP, they are strategically, you know, campaigning so that they're not burning bridges as opposed to the Unity Party right now. So I thought he's setting a good tone if it goes to the runoff and getting the opposition base together. But I was going to ask him, if it goes the other way, is he on principle just going to support Unity Party in opposition solidarity, or is he just going to say, you know what, I can't support this party, I don't believe what they stand for, and I'm going to set this one out? And if he has plans to go again in 2029, if it doesn't go that way, I know it's hypothetical, but it would have been interesting to see his thought process on that. But overall, it was a great interview. I just wish we had more time to go through and ask more questions, but it was a great interview.
Yes, I look forward to working with you.
Lastly, Tomolin, I don't want Jackie to think that we're bashing her, but look, honestly, man, you know, you can't tell them. I thought she could have gone about that a different way, right? But you can't tell the man that you've been in politics for a long time. You should have done this. You should. I mean, you can't do that, because even I, who disagree with Joseph Boakai on policy-related issues, I would not address Joseph Boakai in a certain way. You know what I mean? You can't tell a grown man like that what he should say, how he should respond to Kev questions, and you can't do that.
I think our sister Jackie was way off the line.
Yeah, we have a responsibility to protect the guests. I mean, when Kun was coming here, we gave them opportunity for him to come here, and we are showing that we'll be protected. But then, to our surprise, they said, "Oh, we have funding plans against him," and they pull him away. And this man goes all around us and all the various platforms and everywhere for interview and so forth. You can't come and tell him what to do, and you come and address him that way. I don't think it was fair. So we're on obligation to protect him and make sure that, I mean, you can't do that. So, I mean, I think I stand by what will happen, what we did do. But Duke, I know you from the CPP. Mr. Cummings said that one of his main priorities for him in his first 100 days, he said with that National Youth Service Program, he talks about giving Liberians microcredit loans to boost the economy. He talked about the sanitation problem in Liberia. He said that one of the issues they will tackle in the first 100 days. He talked about the traffic congestion. He talked about also empowering integrity institutions. These are all bold initiatives that he want to undertake the first 100 days. What's your thoughts? You want to double down on it a little bit before we move on?
Thank you. Listen, I'm part of the national campaign communications, one of the several spokespersons that speak on behalf of CPP issues. Great show, guys. Thanks for the level of professionalism. I want to make this quick comment before I move into the substance. I think we've been given an opportunity to present a product that the Liberian people have respect for. The closing argument remains the nation's largest show, and so a lot of people watch us because they expect some level of professionalism. What Jackie did tonight is distasteful, classless, and I do think that it has no place. Look, you're talking about, before I even say this, Mr. Cummings is such a simple man, and sometimes I think some people really underestimate whose presence they're in. This is a man who was top 1, top 2, top 3 exec of a multi-billion-dollar institution. And you come on a platform, you're an average Joe. There's nothing to show that you've actually amounted to what he has accomplished. And to lecture him about what he needs to do as a person is disrespectful. I'm glad he stood for himself. But you saw this. We didn't surround him with people from the CPP. We had the opportunity to give him to you guys, independent minds, to be able to ask him the tough questions, and he responded. But I think it was a brilliant issue. And Tommy, you said right. I said it repeatedly on the show. Mr. Cummings wants to focus on integrity issues. He's not going to take a salary as a president. And he continues to say he wants to empower those integrity institutions so they can be able to do the Liberian people job. And wherein the law leads them, the facts lead them, they investigate and recoup the people's money. I love the concept about, the microloans. Here's why that's important. In a country like Liberia, a lot of our small businesses don't have access to getting some lending opportunities from our financial sector. And this has led to a certain extent decline in, the private sector, where we've not seen the level of increment, the level of consistent rise in small businesses in Liberia. So the thought of establishing a fund for small businesses to give them access to microloan, which would be low interest, smaller up to maybe 50,000, depending on the range of it, to be able to spur economic growth, feeds into the foundation of the Cummings presidency. He wants to focus on jobs. He wants to build a vibrant economy. He wants to make sure that Liberians go to work and that we can just continue to stop relying on government and find a way to build a private sector. So that part I like. On the issue of the drug issue, he said consistently, you know what? He brilliantly provided a new perspective. And I don't think that I've seen much of our leaders or people who are vying for the presidency bring this kind of clarity. And, for the first time I heard him talk about the supply and the demand of this issue, looking at where these drugs are coming from and to be able to put processes in place to address that. But understanding there's a demand aspect of it, wherein the people consuming these drugs, and there has to be solutions that tailored around making sure communities and institutions are involved in tackling that issues, but providing the skill set to all of those young people that need it. And in addition to that, it comes back to jobs again, that we should have the job opportunities so that when these young people are skilled or equipped with the skill set needed, they can find jobs in the private sector. That's why the microloans and all of those things will fall in place. And then lastly, before we expand further, just a quick summary, he talked about ecotourism. He continued to mention that because we don't have the luxury of a 5-star structure. And as he stated, we have to embrace our natural environment and see how best we can start using that as a short-term way to be able to move economically to the right and then focus on long-term solutions as well. But he was specific. He talked about the Marshall area and recognizing that Marshall's got a great area for surfing. That's another good thing. But I love the ecotourism oasis. That was new to me. And I think it's logical because he's saying, look, we don't have the big 5-star structure, but I think we can identify key areas and be able to create some level of economic activity to provide growth and job and employment to our people. And then long-term focus on seeing how best we can start addressing those issues of infrastructure. So I think he was poised, he was calculative, he was intentional. He did provide solutions, and he did not only speak from a surface perspective, he provided the details needed to be able to match what he was talking about. So overall, I was very impressed with his output. And again, he continues to separate himself. And by far, the only candidate in this election that continues to be detailed about how he intends to, restore Liberia's economy.
Yeah, thank you, Mariah. Welcome. Mariah, what we observed, and people were inboxing me, and I was reading the comments too. Most people are watching were impressed, and some people were saying, I heard one guy, some people wrote that, he changed my mind. I will give my support to him. You saw the last caller. This person who just called, the last person that called, that lady I know very well. She was supporting JMB initially, but then today she said that I was surprised when she said that she gave her support to him. That's somebody I know very well. So you think it's good that you guys gave him opportunity to come up more to engage the people, and I know he a lot of interviews I see him doing everywhere and so forth, but a message that he comes up with, people apparently resonate with the people, and the people take the run with the message. So you guys think you guys want to keep on? You got 46 days. I know I heard one of the strategies you guys are doing right now. You guys have these call centers and do a lot of good stuff. And that's how people win election in the world and around the world. But what you guys think about his appearance tonight and the message he was sending out to the people?
Well, ultimately, I'm not surprised. This is why I follow this man religiously. This is why I support Mr. Cummings, because not only does he know what he wants to do for Liberia, he knows how he wants to do it. And that's something that's missing in most of the political candidates that we have. They can just tell you, we'll do this. They don't tell you the hows. And it's important to know, if somebody tell you, I will do this, you need to ask them how you do it. And Mr. Cummings has consistently spoken about how he would do what he says he would do, how he will improve ecotourism, how he will fight corruption, how he will fix the economy, how he will attract investments to create jobs for Liberians, how. And so for me, it wasn't surprising at all. You can wake me up 2 o'clock in the morning and ask me about what Cummings' vision and plans are, and I will start, regurgitating, because I've heard it a million times, we've discussed it. And that, for me, is what Liberia needs. We don't need the popularity. We don't need the, who's loved by the people. The people have elected people who they've loved for a long time. Now they have to, or they have to elect people who can help them, who can move this country forward. And I always tell people, when you go to the hospital, you don't ask for Crew doctor, global doctor, Loma doctor, doctor from Maryland or Lofa or Grand Crew or whatever. You don't ask whether the doctor fine. You don't ask whether the doctor tall. You don't ask whether the doctor get money. You basically only ask, do I get a doctor yet? And the doctor that's there to help you is the doctor that helps you. And so for us as a country where we are right now, and the things that needs to be fixed, that's who we need to fix it. And this is someone who's consistently shown us over and over that he can do the job, and he knows how he's going to do it. And so for me, I wasn't surprised at all. And yes, you're right. The campaign is very different from the regular traditional campaigning. Mr. Cummings goes into communities, and he goes deep into communities. I know went into Claratown and went in the swamp where we had to wear rain boots and stuff, but to see where people were living, and there was an area where they didn't even have a bridge. It was just the stick that they had laid across. And it's important for our leaders to see these places, for our leaders to know how our people actually are living and how they're suffering and what needs to be done and how they can effect change. And he's done this consistently across the country, and he's doing it now, even with the campaign. He's walking into communities, he's touching people, he's speaking to people one-on-one, he's going door to door, communities to community. And before he even has like a closing program or stuff, he never just gets in your car, goes to program, sit down there, say a few words, get in your car and leaves. And that's not how he's doing it. And of course, the call center is something that I don't know how you heard about it, but it's something that's been working. It's been months now. Actually, it started, I think, since last year. So there's a lot of stuff that we've been doing and working with, and even in the communities outside of Montserrado, in other counties. I know the VSB currently is deep in Basa, and that's not something that of course, cameras will follow them all over and people to see. But there's a lot of impact being made. Today, we're also out on our own in traffic, giving out flyers and stickers, and a lot of demand for it. So there are lots of ways we're reaching out. In fact, what Kev on here, I saw your CDC campaign chair in the traffic. I tried giving you one flyer, but it's one of those things that I think it brings a different way of campaigning to this process, and that's also part of what Mr. Cummings does. He does politics differently. And I think I was stuck.
Peabody, one of the things that people saying is that about what they heard from him tonight is that he talks about the economy. Like he trying to make the economy the driving force, the private sector rather, the driving force for to grow the Liberian economy and for the growth and development. He said that like the private sector should be where people should be running to instead of the government. That's why he's saying his first 100 days he will give microfinance loan to business people, and so that to empower them and so forth. What do you think about? What are your thoughts about that, Peabody? Can you hear you, John?
I think community empowerment is very important. You got to empower your people. And one of the things you talk about, micro loans. We see a lot of folks who want to really get back, Liberians who need to do businesses to help their family out to grow. And they can't get the loan out of the bank because the interest rate is just a mess for them. They can't afford it, because if you're taking up $200 or $300, the interest you're going to pay on that $300 is just enough to forget it and try to find it somewhere else. So I think that would be a very great opportunity if what he mentioned. I think it's very important that a lot of Liberians need to get empowered. They need that community loan so that they can move. Liberia I'm telling you, Liberians know what they want to do in terms of businesses, other things, but a lot of them have not had the opportunity to do it. But let me also say here, folks from the UP were calling and they were saying things. Let them bring Joe Baca on. Why they took it away? Why you want to use this stage to come up and do it? Why you can't bring your candidate on here too? You say he can't come here because blah blah blah. You bar him. You bar your VSB from coming. Bring your candidate here on our shore, okay? But I think Mr. Cummings was strong in responding in rebuking that what Jackie said. But I think Mr. Cummings, as I said, this is a man who worked in the corporate world for decades. He knows exactly what it would take to put Liberia back on the feet. He knows what it is for Liberian to get into business. He knows what it is for Liberian to not be stranger in their own home. He knows exactly what it is when it comes to tourism. He knows exactly where to tap to get the help. And I think he speaks the language. So when you speak the language and you go there, the understanding will be very clear because they know you already speak the language. And I think they're coming up.
And Tommy, if I can quickly add on that part, the focus, right, of his interview, the foundation, falls on the shoulders of jobs. And that's why you see him speaking highly of a private sector. And he said that's his area. Honestly, it is his area. And we have to move from a country that's heavily dependent on government jobs and this stagnation, no growth, massive unemployment. we have to find a way to kickstart the private sector. By the way, his plan is actually detailed. He divided that particular plan into different sectors, right? And told the Liberian people how he intends to be able to hit that mark in terms of job creation. I would highly encourage you and any other of the listening audience and people in Radio Land to go to www.alexandercummings.com. You will see a lot of the details of how he intends to govern the country, what he is, his intended in terms of kickstarting small businesses as well. Finally, Tomlin, the importance of microlending, a micro loan to small business, and why it is a pivotal piece of creating, some level of sustainability and private sector growth is because right now in Liberia, our small businesses, Liberian-owned businesses, are not expanding. They don't have the opportunities or that kind of ability to be able to go into our lending sectors like the banks to get loans like the foreign counterparts. So bringing in a microloan process and definitely making sure that it is an accountable process and giving them the opportunity to be able to give funding to expand the businesses helps as well. Even with imports, majority of Liberians are not importing today because they don't have the resources. So being able to find somewhere like the Commerce Ministry and come up with a plan to be able to provide some level of funding for those people to become eventually independent and then pay the money back. Those are all ways that I believe that we can kickstart. But I think it was practical, intentional, knew about where the focus would be and why it would be there, and how that particular strategy to create an ecotourism oasis is going to be able to help them to begin this splurge or this surge when it comes to private sector growth. But overall, I think it was impressive, and I think the Liberian people got to see that this man intends to do what he has been preaching, and he will definitely implement it.
Well, also, people are asking. Somebody were asking that about his the campaign style. What you guys are doing in Montserrat? Is that how you guys would do throughout the country, or just change it as you guys move along?
I mean, I can really speak more to the campaign strategy, but I can tell you that across the country it's going to be different. Yeah. But I wanted to tap onto what Duke was saying about the loans for the small businesses. And, like Mr. Cummings said on the show, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior and performance. And this is not his first, even though he's talking about having it instituted by the government in his first 100 days and making it bigger, but he's done this before. He's done it since, I think, 2016, 2017. And even 2020, during the COVID, right before COVID, 2019, when COVID was hit the country, Mr. Cummings was the first and only political leader who had entrepreneurship businesses in Liberia, to not just train them, but to provide funding for their businesses to keep them afloat, because he understood that as COVID was coming, it would have hit businesses really bad, and Liberian businesses needed to stay at least operating at a certain level. And he gave 15,000 United States dollars to 3 businesses during that period of his own money. And this is someone who's saying these are the things we need to do for Liberian businesses, but I can do it from my pocket, and that's why when people say, Mr. Cummings say, he won't be president, he won't be nothing else, he won't be president. The surest way to affect positively the life of all 5.2 or so million Liberians is through the presidency. That's when you have the authority constitutionally to make decisions that affect the lives of everyone. What Mr. Cummings' goal vision for this country is, he can't do it as an individual. He can't even do it as a senator or representative. It has to be the president. The president make laws. The president can do an executive order today that says all small businesses can get this amount in small loans or grants at this time. That's law for a year. That's immediately touching the lives of all 5.2 million people. And so these are things he's been doing on his own. And he's saying, when I become president, in my first 100 days, we're going to focus on small businesses, because also this is personal to him as well. His mom was a small business woman. She used to sell Togafle and women clothes and stuff. In fact, that's how he got into business, because he used to help her collect for her money from her customers. So this is also personal to him, and he's focused on the economy, on growing businesses and what the private sector needs to expand. And these are just some of the things that he has in store for Liberians. I don't know if I missed the conversation around Jackie's performance tonight, but I wouldn't want to sound redundant or pull on it. So I think we should just continue. Maybe at the end of the show.
Okay. Another thing is that one thing I observed about these appearances, every time he appeared, for most politicians, when you appear and engage the people, you change minds, you change people's minds and change people and attitudes. And tonight I see people writing. He was very phenomenal tonight, and I'm reading comments. I'm getting comments in my inbox about why. I mean, why he? I tell the people, I think he do most of the interview almost every week, and he's one person. I think since the election ended, he been working. He never just sat down in America or wherever he resided at the time. But they just said, well, I think he probably he moved Liberia now. So since the election, he's been working and having interviews. I think if I can check among the candidates running, he's the only one who have more than 100 interviews since the elections. And these things, whenever he appeared on these platforms, rural platforms, he changed people's minds and attitudes and the mindset. And most of the candidates, I don't see people engaged in it. And that's why whenever he goes to these platforms and places, especially places that if like somebody will tell me, oh, he only goes to platform that is favorable to him. I said, no. I said, I don't see that. I said, our platform is not favorable. We got people here from different parties on our platform, okay, and so forth. But you guys, I know as you guys move through the interior, you guys can show the people you have more of this interaction with the people, especially after the campaign go in the evening. You guys will have the interaction so that you can explain a message to the people more.
Yeah, I
What's the
mean,
plan?
Tommy, yeah, I mean, Mr. Cummings is the only one that's been doing that. This is not new to him. He's made himself always available to the Liberian people. He's been on every platform. By the way, if you look at, he doesn't, have a preference. He goes to any platform to land his message. You see that part of his campaign activities, he has been in some of those slum communities that are, been hit economically, really bad. And so, yes, we expect to see that as he goes. And Tommy, one important part that I don't want to miss here is that, I believe it was you or, that asked him the question about what exactly was he fixing? And, his response, in a nutshell, paints a picture of a troubled country that's gone through several stages and created a lot of different things in terms of the challenges our people face. So his response was focused on that. Look, these are all the existing issues, and the intent here is to make sure we're providing the kind of leadership to address that. But one thing specifically back to the National Youth Service and the issue of drug, he continues to say, look, this is not only my effort or government effort, but communities will have to be a part of the solution piece, that demand piece he spoke of. And then in addition to that, we all have to find a way to make sure that we get into the root cause of the problem and solving those issues as well. So I think it was very calculated, it was strategic, it was intentional. He spoke like a president who understood what exactly he wants to do from day one and that he's going to do. And going forward, I think we'll see more of that. And, every community he visits, there's going to be different message consistently tailored towards the economic challenges and the hopelessness national that those people are facing. And so, yes, you will see more of that.
Robert, you want to chime in?
I mean, look, I've always held Cummings at a high esteem, and it doesn't change. Anyone who knows me knows that I engage respectfully, and I'm not afraid to express my disagreements. And I think one of the things that I've consistently said was I strongly believe that Cummings could have done a better job with regards to this revolution, but of adding, reaching out to 1 million young voters, and just getting some new minds on board. But am I satisfied with the way he answered the questions? I am. I was going to push back a little bit with regards to how, because my thing is, I don't only believe that I know the buck stops with him, right? But I'm coming from a place where I don't want people who have held certain positions or have been a part of the circumstance that we are in today to feel as though they can leave one administration and go to the next, and they are not held accountable for that. But what I get from him is that he does his due diligence, and he is not trying to reward bad behavior, perhaps, but he's trying to get in the mindset where he understands that there are good Liberians and that there are bad Liberians, and then there are also Liberians who unfortunately got caught in the middle of circumstances, right? And that's just that. But I really hope that we can expand on this tourism thing. I truly hope we can do that, because I believe that the government that focuses on tourism is a government that will once and for all change this whole dynamics with regards to the creation of jobs outside of the government, and that with the private sector. I don't know if Mariah can respond to that, but I've said I don't think that Unity Party is the party to give us this change if it's not CDC. And I really would like to know the CPP position. And I don't think if I was Cummings, and I'm not responding to this diplomatically. I know he's a diplomat, and we all can respond to these questions, these answers, the questions diplomatically. But if I was Cummings, I'm not in a position in the name of opposition solidarity to support Unity Party. And just because we want George Weah out of that. So I would really like to see what his position would be. I think he's setting the tone to unify the base if they go to a runoff. But what if? And he doesn't like hypotheticals, right? What if it goes the other way? And what would the party do? Would the party just support a party in the name of opposition solidarity, or do they say, you know what, we stand out of it? And if CPP stays out of it, I mean, I don't know what much they have to lose, but it has to be based on principle. Do you just support Unity Party because you want George Weah out, or do you share the same values, the same core values, the same vision, and things like that? Do you trust that they have what it takes to unify the country and to move us into that new direction after 12 years? I would have loved to see his response to that. But overall, man, look, I think that they're campaigning, they're investing, and look, I won't be shocked if Comey makes the runoff. And if I had to make I don't easily endorse candidates, I don't easily join parties, but let's see what happens down the future. We have 2029 coming up. We have 2029 coming up, Tomalin. We intend to be involved. So let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we got about 9 more minutes, so let's wrap up. So let's give our wrapping comments so we can call this a day, or had a great show tonight.
Robert.
But I wanted. Oh, go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, Robert. I listened to you. I think
everyone, Robert,
I think you tried to flow Mr. Cummings with, but
Ain't nothing wrong with that, Kev.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You I'm gonna cut off all your friendship team. But let me say this to you.
You can't be threatening. You can't be threatening the man, Kev. You can't be threatening.
Let me say this to you. But that would not stop me to say, Robert, please tell your mom happy birthday.
Oh,
happy birthday,
yes,
Mom.
please tell your mom.
Happy birthday, Robert. Kev is trying to.
The picture should be loading soon to see your mother. Now, I know where you get that. I don't want to say, I can't say good looks, man, because I'm a man. I can't say that.
Oh, you Jack?
Jack.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Hey, Kev, I wanted to say something to
ahead.
what Robert said, especially about tourism. Robert, I think it's important, and that's what sets the CPP apart from the UP, is that tourism, as we know it, like Mr. Cummings said, the 5-star tourism, because if you say tourism, that's really the 5-star tourism. People go to Dubai, they go to other countries, the skyscrapers, the glass buildings, all those beautiful stuff. And we don't have the infrastructure for it. I know the UP talks about tourism, but it clearly shows that they don't know. Yeah, big they don't know.
One minute. Go ahead, Jackie.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
you don't want to play it?
No, I didn't. I don't know who put that on.
So they don't, and that clearly shows that they don't know what they want to do with the country. Because anybody who understands our challenges, especially our infrastructure challenges with electricity, roads, and technology, would know that at this point, Liberia cannot make moves into tourism as we know it. And that's why it's important to state the difference between what Cummins is offering and what other parties are offering. What Cummins is talking about is ecotourism. And just for Liberians to understand what I mean, it's what we got like Libasa Eco Lodge, Concon Lodge, what's this place in Cape Mount? Okay, I remember. But these are all of these places you go where you don't necessarily need electricity. You don't need air condition. You can, it's very low key. And as you mentioned, it can be in the rainforest, Patawi, for example. It can be at a waterfall. It can be on the beach. It can be on the river. Just places where the infrastructure is bare minimum. People know that they can even go sleep in tents. They know they can go surfing. They know they can go camping. They can go hiking. They can rough it out. So they're not looking for the glass buildings and the 30th floor skyscrapers and all of that stuff, because we don't have it. So if anybody is promising you tourism, they're lying to you. What any leader who understands our challenges, and that's what makes Mr. Cummins different, is because he knows exactly what he's talking about. If he comes and tell you we'll make tourism better, he's pretty much not, either doesn't know what our challenges are, or he's just being, not true. He's just not being truthful to the people. So I wanted to specify the difference between ecotourism that Mr. Cummins is talking about, that is very low cost intensive, does not require the electricity, running water, good roads, and all of those infrastructure that comes with having tourism, versus what others are offering that they call tourism.
Okay, Duke, yes, we got 4 more minutes, so we can just wrap up.
Something great show, impressed. My boss did a good job here, and I think we're all happy. It gives us the opportunity to continue to educate the people, win hearts and minds, and I'm glad that it left an impression on Robert today. And I think that those are the good feedback that we love to hear as well. Even Kev was smiling. But something profound he said when Kev asked him about GMB taking responsibility and blaming Alan Johnson to leave. And he said that he was part of the government. And if he felt that things, but something he threw in there, he said, look, I mean, the former president gave him a tax as a vice president. He had multiple taxes. The question here is, though, those tax that was given to the former vice president, what did he do? How did he perform? We don't have anything that shows that this man was able to accomplish, right? Or bring any kind of difference to the things that were given to him. We saw the ADA project was one of the projects that was actually mismanaged under him. We go to the group of 77. There's another one too. There's several other issues that could be tied to that former vice president, including the more than 60 plus concession deals. It's not about blaming people, but it's about taking responsibility and then showing the Liberian people what type of leadership you have. What did you do with what was given to you? And I think that he hasn't shown that. But again, there's an opportunity that Mr. Cummins continue to separate himself. He provided a blueprint and detailed perspective about his job growth strategy. He understands the impact of the drug issue on our young people and came up with a two-pronged approach on the supply side and the demand side. He wants accountability and to empower our General Auditing Commission, the LACC, and all of those accountability issues institutions. He's a man that really means what he's going to do. And if you want more information about Mr. Cummings' plan, it has been there for a long time. Please look up the website www.alexanderbcummings.com. This is an opportunity for you to know your next president and what he intends to do in terms of those core issues that you are concerned about. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that we're able to, take advantage of the opportunity here to talk to the Liberian people.
You got it. We got 1 more minute.
Okay, let me say again, Rob, a happy birthday to your mom and wish her all the best. Also to my cousin, Miss Laws Passaway Walker. Today's her birthday. I wish you happy birthday and wish you all God blessing, and also from your husband, Mr. Walker. But again, Mr. Cummings, as I said, he knows exactly what he wants, and his message hasn't changed. Liberian, it's up to you, man. But I think Mr. Cummings did an excellent work tonight. Guys, great show tonight. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Oh, see, let me just give me. Let me. You got 30 seconds. Ah, sorry.
Yeah, I think. I mean, unfortunately, I didn't listen to. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't listen to a lot of the things that Mr. Cummings said because I was in transit. I follow a little bit of what he said, and I've been following your analysis. And I mean, on the things that you people are saying, like the issue of tourism and all that kind of stuff, whichever label you give it, nobody is coming to that country with the kind of infrastructure that we have. Forget about the skyscrapers and all that kind of stuff. Nobody's coming there. If you don't fix the healthcare, you don't fix the insecurity issues, nobody's coming there. Don't waste your time. You know, so that's the key thing. And another thing I really wanted to ask Mr. Cummings, if I had the time, is the issue about, I mean, some of his people always say that because he's a self-made person, so it means that he can make other self-made people. I mean, that's a simplistic way of looking at the situation in the country. And a lot of people say it, you know, since the man is rich, he can make you to get money too. I mean, that's not a serious talk, you know. And Tommy, I will just take a little bit of issue with you. If you want to know who have done more interviews than any other person, is Councillor Gongolo. But to say it's Mr. Cummings, and I even mentioned the fact that Councillor Gongolo, I mean, he's going to.
Let me got me fast. The guys got to go in the studio. You got to be fast.
Huh?
You got to hurry up. The guys got to go.
Yeah, I mean, I know I came on very late, so I will join on Monday again. I think maybe we can talk about it more. But yeah, I heard you that. I heard you say that. So I will just end on that. I mean, we can continue the conversation on Monday.
Right. So, may I
so you guys have a good night.
Okay. Before Lamin goes, I just wanted to say this. I don't think the label is unimportant. I think it's very important to distinguish between tourism and ecotourism. And I want to disagree with you about nobody will come to the country if we don't fix electricity, roads, running water, internet, and all the infrastructure, as you mentioned. And the reason is because there are other countries that are almost as worse as Liberia that is also thriving on ecotourism. For example, Jamaica. If you look at Jamaica, if you went to Jamaica, some of the places that people go, that tourists go to in Jamaica, they're no different from what's here in Liberia. And they're not the most developed country either. Other countries in South America, let me learn now. Other countries in South America, South American countries that people go to for tourism, they are not developed as
they
Liberia.
have bubbles.
And so,
but you're going too far. You're going too far. Look at the islands. Look at St. Thomas, for instance. They don't have the best healthcare system.
These are underdeveloped countries that don't have the infrastructure in place, but they're getting money from ecotourism and then putting it into the systems. And so if we have to wait until all the roads are paved, electricity is everywhere, and we have all the infrastructure in place,
you have to
then we will not get there.
You have to.
So I disagree with you on that.
Singapore.
But there's the thing with Singapore, the Singapores and the Chinas and the Indians
you
and
have
the,
to, no, Singapore
and
like
the
us.
South
But
America.
Singapore, but it's good that you mentioned Singapore. Though, but Singapore, do you know the history of the do you know how Singapore started? Though?
I know. If I didn't know, I would not be saying it.
Exactly. And so the level that they are right now, they had a
they situated themselves in order to attract these things.
No, I agree. But how do you start? No, but you have to start somewhere, though. I think that's the point here. You have to start somewhere. They did not.
I mean, it's like everybody is talking. I'm not even hearing what anybody's saying. Everybody's
Let's
talking.
have this conversation tomorrow.
Let's have
I
this
think,
conversation
because
another time.
it's a longer conversation to have, because I really do disagree with you, Nani.
Yeah,
And I think if you say
Yeah.
Singapore, then you're asking that you
Yeah,
should
we have
like
it. We have
literally
it.
close
We
the
need to
country.
interrogate them out of more. We need to interrogate them
Yeah,
more.
but look
Robert
at Jamaica, look at the islands,
Yeah,
look at
thank you, Kev.
these
Thank you.
places
Please.
are
Yeah,
under
let's
the
play that tip of Robert Mom. Who can have it. See
Right.
you play that.
I
that
can
video
barely
of
understand
Robert Mom.
anything. Everybody's talking.
Let me count Ellie next time, bro.
Yeah, but
And
Kev,
with
Kev,
wealth
Kev,
creation, it's
Yeah,
really
in
just
London.
about entering people.
yeah, before that, let me just extend.
I was in country, so I couldn't come early.
It's your birthday.
Yeah.
It's a day when you
Yes, sir, man.
The birthday of the CEO of KMTV, Honorable Jackson Studio.
with your friends and family.
Happy birthday, CEO Honorable Jackson of KMTV.
And celebrate to you, dear. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Mama.
To you.
Happy birthday, man. Beautiful woman. Beautiful mother, Robert. Your mother, beautiful mama.
Happy success. We wish you success. We wish you success, dear. Happy birthday to you. Our boy.
Hey, Robert, his mom. Nice place.
Oh man, wow! You
Wow.
guys,
Happy birthday,
this is
Robert.
unexpected,
Alright,
man.
Let me just say,
This
today
was
my
unexpected, man. I really appreciate this. This really melt my heart, man. I really appreciate you guys, man.
Y'all had la
We
bota, eh?
appreciate you. Appreciate your mom as well.
Absolutely.
Only a
also
smart young man.
today my niece
Thank
graduated
you,
from
Doc.
Startup
Thank you, Doc.
Paris Polytechnic.
Yeah, congrats to all of the graduates.
Well, folks, it's past 1 o'clock here in the morning, but I have to stay here to perform my duty. And so we'd like to say thanks for being there while we were here. This is the bottom line. That was a relay of the closing arguments where Mr. Cummings appeared to take some questions from the people and to explain his policy to the Liberian people. And so I guess a lot of people listen to Mr. Cummings across the globe, Liberia and everywhere else. And so we hope that you will now begin to draw the line. You know, the battle line has been drawn since the announcement of the campaign. And so every side is fighting to cross over to the other side. And it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of work. And so the game is on. But it depends on you. You are the foot soldiers. You are the ones to do the actual fighting for your leaders, the people you believe in. And I believe that Mr. Cummings stands out. You listen to him tonight. He was able to articulate his policies. He was able to explain to the people. If this was the first time listening to Mr. Cummings, I urge you to go home and sit down, take your time for sober reflection, and think about what he said and see if that's the place you want to go. So without much ado, I want to say thank you for following the bottom line. We're going to be here on Tuesday, and we're going to have one of the standard bearers for one of the political parties in Liberia. When conclusions are arranged, I will put a flyer up and you will know. Then you can join us. And it was good having you on behalf of the entire crew, the bottom line crew, Jemar, Mark, Paul, and the rest of the guys. My name is Lynn Fagua, and this is how we like to say happy weekend to you, or whatever you're doing. We wish you a pleasant weekend, and we hope that you will join us on on Tuesday as we go through a fresh edition of the program. I guess you will feel sorry for me because I'm up all this late, and it was good that you were here. Have a nice day and good night.